3.15 DPS, good AI, good behavior
Test.
in terms of a melee Spectre, and we tested this the other night. The problem with that is that they cost so much spirit that you get fewer minions of them, and because they were fewer and have to go into melee range, the stuff that go down
S.W.Frost is
hallways,
now
the
live
corridors,
streaming Diablo 4
and
digital artist in so about
the
this
issue
poor
they had
minions.
was that they weren't aggressive enough to engage in fights, that you couldn't beat the Breach Lord timer on a higher tier, even with pretty crazy gear. Well, the weapon could be better in this, but pretty damn good gear. And they weren't able to clear that, but if I went for something that had a 2.8 DPS per spirit, I think it was a 2. That was probably a little bit less. Something like the Blade Lash Transcendent, I was able to summon more of them, and because of that, even though the damage was lower, their behavior was allowing me to actually have a better area coverage due to quantity on melee minions, but they were also able to actually beat the timer, but not always. But if I ran something like Ball Guards, it was fine. Now I could beat the timer, I could kill the boss. I get there because they have better area coverage and they actually are ranged. So there's a lot of issues with this in general, but most of it comes down to spirit cost, because if that's better balanced, then sure, it will be better to play with. But we can't expect them to hit the sweet spot, the spirit cost balance for over 400 minions, which is why Spectres in general has always created this dance between GGG and players. We do this in PoE1 as well. We find the best Spectre, we play with that till they nerf the shit out of it, and then we find the second best Spectre, and then we play with that till they nerf the shit out of that, rinse and repeat that dance till the next patch comes in and they make changes and they introduce new monsters. Well, guess what? We're back on track with that dance again. We find the best Spectre, we play with till they nerf it, and we play the next one. And it's just going to be the same thing here, but I think that the current state of Spectres hasn't given as many things to choose between that does perform at a tier 4 bossing scale kind of state. A lot of Spectres seems to be functional on like clearing tier 14, 15, 16 maps, to do tier 1, maybe tier 2 bosses. But as soon as you go up to higher tier content, the choices get so limited, and you have to look at the ones that gives you the best damage per spirit invested. And it's kind of annoying, but mostly the Spectre issues comes down to mobility that alienates a lot of different choices that could have been good, and obviously the Wisp form bug. Another issue with Spectres is despawning corpses. I haven't personally seen this, but I was told from multiple people that they have sometimes corpses from a minion that you want, they disappear faster than the cast time of Bind Spectre. So you kill an enemy and you're about to summon it, and then the corpse disappears for some reason without having any methods of consuming the corpses. They just disappear. So a guy suggested leveling a Chronomancer to time freeze to be able to get the one you wanted. So there's a couple of issues with that as well at the moment. Skeletal Storm Mage, we talked about this before. When attacking an enemy from max range, they basically have an aggro range of starting to cast Arc on an enemy outside of the range that their arcs can actually reach. So their arc starts hitting like the feet or just in front of the target, dealing no damage because you're actually not hitting anything. And the only way to solve this is to literally manually move your minions closer to the target to be able to do damage, which is frustrating as fuck. Mashira, thanks so much for the 23 months, man. So another thing we brought up in this document is scaling in general. Currently, the game expects you to have X amount of plus level of your gems, but it gets rather absurd for minion builds in general as we lack other options of scaling, generally speaking. So when you look at attack-based builds, you can have plus level of melee skills, or you can have plus level of projectile skills, or whatever, right? You can have plus level of fire, cold, lightning skills. But then you can have attack damage, spell damage, attack speed, crit chance, all these things you can scale your minions, or scale your builds with. But for minions, I mean, we have the Scepter. And then you have, like, what? Plus level of minions? 3 from the amulet, 2 from the helmet, 4 from the weapon. And the game expects you to have certain levels of this, but you don't really have other options of scaling them. They're very limited. Ever-grasping rings? Sure. But we don't have things like bone rings that we have in PoE. We don't have minion damage modifiers and other things. You have spell damage mods, for example, on the rings, and an amulet cast speed on rings. We don't have any of those things for minions. Like, we're so limited in what we can scale with. So we can pick up every single node on the north half of the passive skill tree, which is where the minions are basically located on the skill tree, and still have issues with keeping them alive or deal respectable damage compared to other builds in the game, which is quite frustrating. And most of that comes down to just lack of options to scale them. And I made a note here saying this becomes even more of an issue when you have skills such as snipers having every tag you could ever want. Chaos, minion, fire, persistent, and offering more options to scale their levels. Not scaling their damage, but you have more options to scaling their levels, as well as supporting for that matter. But if you compare that to something like Spectres, you only have minion and persistent. Like, we're left with like no choices. There's no options to scale them outside of minion mastery, level of minion skills on helmet, amulet, and scepter. There you go. That's it. Everything else has to be external, and that's it. Well, snipers have options. That's why snipers are one of the competitive endgame minion builds compared together with skeletal storm mages. But this spills over to the other skeletal minions as well for the most part. But at least storm mages, for example, have lightning tag, and arsonists have fire tag. So there are some variations there. But due to the tag system and the current state of the game for scaling, it's not fun. I'll tell you that. Tame beast fishing. I've talked about this before. This is a very frustrating thing. I'm not going to show you in this video because I've done it so many times. I fucking hate it. Tamed beast, the way this works is very tricky.
That exceeds my
thematic
feelings.
approach of it is to tame an active, alive beast to become your minion. That means that thematically, you're supposed to use a skill on a monster that is alive, not dead. This means that you will have to make sure you don't kill whatever rare that you might want to use. Check if the mods are the correct you want, as well as verify the monster type, because the spirit cost reservation is associated with the monster type. Now you're in a position where you have to verify these things while staying alive, whilst not doing damage, so you don't accidentally kill it. Then confirm that, oh shit, I want that motherfucker. So what do? Click the spell. This is now a gem that you have to put in your skill gem section that takes away a skill from your actions, or from your options, of using your toolkits, essentially, to have that available to use on the monster, to then kill it within time, to then tame it. Okay, that sounds a bit wonky, but sure. The problem with this is that we are now heavily incentivized to fish for at least a 2-modded beast in the campaign, as trying to find the correct one in endgame map is just not feasible. You have to sacrifice a skill slot that's mentioned to begin with, and then somehow manage to avoid killing a rare in the map, as I just talked about. And then the suggested idea of letting us use the skill on a corpse would solve the problem for the most part, and diminish the value of fishing for something in the campaign. However, it would go against the entire theme of the skill, like I mentioned, because now you're no longer taming an alive beast, you're resurrecting a dead one, right? But if you do the fishing, you can guarantee find a specific type of monster you're looking for, and try to find the one with the correct modifiers for this as well. So what is the fishing? So let me do a little quick recap or explanation of this. If you go to specific areas of the campaign that have like the troubled camp in infested barrens, that's where I found the beast I'm using right now. That one has a specific boar, a dire tusk boar, which has a 39% spirit reservation, I think it is, base. So I can guarantee get a specific X amount of spirit reservation beast. I know it's a medium movement speed tagged monster, so it can spawn with hasted aura, which means that I can just go there, check the actual beast if it has the correct monster one, because there's a guaranteed rare spawn with that. And if it's not the right one, I don't have any damage. I unsummon all my minions. I will respawn a checkpoint, and that monster will respawn because I never killed it with new set of modifiers. Then I'll go and check the modifiers. Oh shit, it's not the one I want. Guess what? Click escape, click respawn a checkpoint, and go again. And you repeat this process for hours to find the ones you want. It is not a fun way to play. I fished for, I think, about an hour to get my 2-modded beast. And I heard some people spend 6, 7, 8 hours to find a 3-modded beast. That's no way of playing the game. So I don't know what the solution is, but the current state that they have it in is not good. And I don't know how they're going to fix that. I think that I would also want to point out that giving player too much player agency over this would not be good either, because now you don't have this idea of, oh, you found the 2 mods you wanted, and it also had this cool thing. Because if you have too much player agency in it, you end up being like, well, I'm only going to run the best, or I'm not going to run it at all. So I don't know how they're going to balance that to be in a good state, but I wanted to bring it up because it's quite frustrating to do the fishing. Raining Spirits was not happy with this change in the patch notes. First and foremost, tooltip, please. The tooltip is just... And speaking of tooltip, accuracy in-game for minions is wildly off in-game. PUB solves this issue for us, but that doesn't help the casual Andy who doesn't use PUB, who thinks his minions have a 100% chance to hit, when in reality it's closer to 90%. Like, something needs to happen, because that information, people use that as a template to say, oh, I don't need to invest more into accuracy from minions, they're always going to hit. When in reality they don't. They lose 1/10 of their attacks. Like, that's awful. That's the information in the game being incorrect, and people play accordingly, and that provides a worse performance of the minion builds compared to what it should be if they had correct information that the game provides. Other issue with tooltip is the absence on them from most Spectre minions. Things like minions having double the lines of their resistance, making it even more confusing to assist as well. Obviously, for SRS, we have to talk about the summoning of 2 spirits per cast as the cap, no matter how many projectiles or big AoE you have. This has turned SRS builds into a cast speed focused approach where we more or less do nothing but cast 1 spell at a time to keep them up. This here is a Spectre build. I have a Haste Star from my Tame Beast, and that puts me at cast speed at 0.59. If I remove the haste from the Tame Beast, it's a 0.69 cast speed. Like, I get 100 ms faster cast speed in this. And the way I summon my minion, I have to hold this button down for so long to get my 11 SRS out. So when I'm playing this build, I'm basically blinking. I cast minions out. I move to the next pack. I cast some more out. All right, next pack. Cast some more out. Blink to the next pack. It's like, I'm not doing the meaningful combat at the moment. I'm just holding down right click. Oh, a boss? Let me pre-cast with a cursed round. The Voltaic Mark and then a Pain Offering. And then I'm holding down right click. Why? Because it's the only way to get my damn minions out on the field. It's quite frustrating. I don't know how they're going to fix that. It also made it less valuable to use when clearing the campaign for leveling approaches. You can still do it, but you're gonna need cast speed to make this feel good. And I mean more than just arcane tempo support on your flame wall. And I don't know, I'm just not a big fan of the way it's set up right now, because SRS was really strong for leveling earlier, because you can get those minions out, but I mean in the current state it's just meh. And for endgame, you need to actually invest quite heavily into minion survivability to keep them alive to do well already. So the build just feels kind of weird with the way they have it with SRS right now. Let's talk about AI. Minions in general lack aggressiveness to feel good to play. This is a common issue specifically with Spectres, but it spreads to all minions in general. Sniper Skeletons, as I mentioned earlier, do pretty well due to having a very long aggro range, allowing them to engage enemies at a comfortable distance. They also bring an offensive approach to capitalize on that behavior, and this is something no other minion builds has to the same extent. And just AI lacking, we need them to be faster moving. We need them to actually be able to aggressively, engage in fights more aggressively. And in PoE1, they solved this by having a support gem called Feeding Frenzy, which exists in PoE2. But in PoE2, the Feeding Frenzy makes the enemy deal more damage and take more damage instead of making them more aggressive. I think that the AI aggressiveness of making minions willing to engage in fights is the key to making them feel good. Don't get me wrong, I'm an advocate for Convocation, which is the PoE skill that teleports the minions to you. I don't think that's the answer to fixing minions in PoE2. I think the answer to fixing minions in PoE2 has to do with making them more aggressive and faster in terms of moving, so that you can actually play with them in a more comfortable way. I think that's the answer, which would be a better way to solve the issue rather than just give us Convocation, because I don't think that's a good solution. Quickly talk about melee. So clear efficiency is frustrating as there's no proper way for them to work with things such as melee splash, which is something we have in PoE1, which would be a nice addition to help melee in general. I can't speak for non-minions melee builds, but for minions that would actually be a good solution, because I wouldn't mind having a support giving melee skills or melee minion splash at the cost of damage, which is what we do in PoE1. This is solved by the Lich's tendency to create pops with the Profane Bloom. It's called Rupture the Soul in PoE2. That's how we actually clear with the SRS build use. I've paused here in the background. But yeah, I don't know. I think that melee in general for minions feels very underwhelming, since they don't have other sources of being able to clear more than one enemy at a time. Speaking of melee, let's talk about Font of Rage. I'm sure you guys have seen plenty of build guides out there on YouTube. Hell, I even had some, but I've been fixing that now. I think most people just chuck this in assuming it works. Font of Rage does not give rage to your minions, which is insanely bad for something like Reaver Skeletons, which is why they're not the best. They scale very well with rage. So it gives rage to the player, and we have confirmed this, that it's just both visually and tooltip-wise, your minions simply do not get rage from Font of Rage support. It just doesn't work. Players get it, but not your minions. Not even the companion gets the rage at all. None of them. And it's a bug. It doesn't work. But that means your attack-based minions lose 30% damage. That's a lot of goddamn damage. Anyway, speaking of bugs, Dance Macabre support, when running something like a Sacrificial Lamb support, which makes it so that offerings will target the Sacrificial Lamb supported minion, the second minion being consumed by Dance Macabre does not target the Sacrificial Lamb supported minion, but rather just a random minion. So if you have two Skeletal Warriors from a Rattling Scepter, which is basically what you should be playing with, and you have them with Sacrificial Lamb, and you pop a Dance Macabre supported offering, one goes on the Skeletal Warrior. The second one is random, which means you don't want to run Dance Macabre, because now you're going to lose spirit cost reserving minions that is supposed to be there for either utility, debuffing, buffing, or actual just straight up damage output. Is now being consumed by your offering. So you don't want to run this because it's bugged, which is quite frustrating as well. Speaking of Rattling Scepters, Rattling Scepter being the only viable scepter base due to requiring sacrificial minions with Sacrificial Lamb support, as mentioned, that don't cost you spirit for your offerings. This also becomes even more important now because we run the muster support. The muster support is something that scales 7% more damage to your minion per different type of minion. And no, you cannot stack a bunch of different specters. Only one specter would scale it.
Smurfed
Because we have
GD.
to run more different
Welcome
types of
to my
minions to scale
channel.
muster, we're even more incentivized to
Hello,
use a
Mr.
Rattling
Smurf.
Scepter. This means that all the resistance scepters are
Welcome.
completely irrelevant. It makes the mystery one for crit weakness, which is actually a good scepter, irrelevant because you have to run the Rattling Scepter. You have to.
Nice.
Because you need it for muster and you need it for the Lamb offerings. You don't have a choice. So any other scepter is wasted. You would never use it. Speaking of bugs, unset ring bug, if you run a lot of permanent minions, mostly occurring when you have specters. This also happens with specters if you die, by the way. Weapon swapping with an unset ring despawns all your minions, and you'll have to swap back and forth till it just randomly starts working, or you have to manually adjust your spirit reservation to get them back. So if I do a weapon swap, I don't have the set right now.
What's
I
up?
would have to go to my menu, and all my minions
Well,
would be dead.
I'm
and I have
trying
to
to
do
upgrade
this
my
on one of
glyphs.
my minions
Other
to
than
get
that,
all the
enjoying
minions
the
back
soup.
again. It is such a frustrating bug, and it only happens with unset rings. It works fine with other builds, because caster builds are
How is
incentivized to using Sigil of Power through a weapon swap to get more damage.
Smurf the gold.
And my build right now is fine with it, because I can use a weapon swap for a curse, and I don't use a bunch of permanent minions to...
Does anyone really care? Does anyone really play Fire build this season? I'm gonna bet almost no one. No one that streams, I'm gonna guess. Nice soup.
Dykes. Welcome to my channel.
Causes this bug to happen. But for caster builds like Storm Maidens and whatnot, you can't use an unset ring simply because the build is incentivized to use a digital power. And when you swap back, well, now your minions are gone. So you have 3 casts you just did is completely irrelevant because now you have to start fiddling with your restoration to get your minions back in action. So that's another bug. Let's talk about temporary summon minions. There's an outrange issue. So when you outrange minions, let's ignore Spectre for a while. When you outrange them, they die and they get resurrected right next to you immediately. That's great, right? The problem is that temporary summon minions, they don't revive, which means that when you outrange them, and you will because you're moving way faster. You're not very fast, but your minions are even slower than that, and they get body blocked, stuck in hallways, corridors, and whatnot, and tight corners. When you outrange them, they just die. So that means that your temp minions have to be resummoned on a consistent basis all the time, more or less. Zombies, specifically, they lack performance in general, even when you summon them using power charges. They're wonky and they just do not do enough damage output or survive enough to be able to keep performing. And Unearth actually could be pretty damn good for bosses specifically. The problem with Unearth is that they require some wonky shenanigans where you weapon swap to a horde of terracotta soldiers with a sacrifice buff to then consume all of those with your Unearth to summon your minion and then swap it back.
Who the fuck is buffing these guys?
To do your actual damage. This will be easier once they provide things like the locking your weapons,
whatever it is,
and whatnot.
is that
problem with this though is a properly scaled Unearth build with a 6-link setup on the Unearth costs way more than 1,000 mana per cast. Like, if I did that right now, I have 1,012 mana. I would not have enough mana to cast a skill even once because of the scaling of it. Like, I think the cost I would have on the setup I was theory crafting had 1,400 mana cost. That's 1,400 mana to cast it once. It's just okay. I don't know, man. It just needs some attention. Another thing to point out is integrated efficiency. It is the Gem and Legionnaire node right here. This one says that the skill gain 20% crit for blue support, 20% increased damage for red support, and 60% skill speed for green support. It doesn't. It doesn't work for minions. It doesn't work for companions. It just does not work. I'm not sure if that's intended, but the way the wording states, it indicates that it should work. Anyways, this has been a pretty long ranting video. I think these are the main issues with minions at the moment from .2 patch that I've experienced, and then some, and that I would like to shed some light to and bring, put some attention to it. Maybe I missed something. If you agree or disagree with any of these, or have anything to add, or maybe I missed something, let me know in the comments below. And yeah, as always, hit the like button, subscribe for more content. And again, like I said before, all we can do in early access is provide as much feedback we can to GGG, and hopefully they'll fix all of this. That's basically it. Anyways, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Till then, stay safe. Rock.
Proud Lord said that I must bow so low. Only a cat of a different coat, so the truth I know. Coat of gold, a coat of red, a lion still has claws. Mine are out, my lord, as long as that is yours. And so he spoken, that Lord of Castamere. Another rain without his song, without a soul to hear. So he spoken, Lord of Castamere. Another rain without his song, without a soul to hear. So spoken, so spoken, Mother Castamere. No. Look, Mom, one map. Pyromaniac. Yeah.
Hello. I apologize. I know it's been over a month since my last upload, considering my last video was an April Fool's video. And a lot of you probably haven't seen the Discord post or the community post linking the Discord post where there was a massive channel update. Hello again. I am Horse, or Zach is my real name. Hunter's Lodge, some people call me. So, I'm having one of those days where I have no interest in doing anything. I tried farming on PoE2, I got bored, died a bunch of times, got upset. I thought about playing other games, couldn't bring myself to do it. I thought about going to the shop, playing some Magic today, couldn't bring myself to do it. So, I figured if I'm gonna sit here feeling like I want to do absolutely nothing, I might as well try and be productive. But there's a problem with that. I can't exactly be productive on a channel that I am shutting down. All production on Hunter's Lodge is ceasing immediately. Why, you might ask, if you're somebody who's enjoyed my content in the past. That rhymed, almost. There's a lot of reasons, unfortunately. A lot of reasons. And if you want, here's your TLDR. If you want a TLDR, and you don't want to hang out with me for 10 minutes in a video with no ads, here's your TLDR. Crytek is very anti-creative. They're anti-creator. They are very they've taken the heart out of the game. The Hunt is not the game that it was when I first started making videos for it over a year ago. They cease and desist artists for selling Hunt content, like Hunt fan art. The Hunt community as a large has a lot of bad eggs in it, even including other YouTubers who have screwed me over and used me for views. The Hunt Showdown subreddit, the official subreddit, removes all my posts, and those are mods, from my knowledge, appointed by Crytek. So, along with all of those things, and my videos progressively getting less and less views, but despite me putting more and more effort into them, I've decided that not only because I don't even play Hunt anymore, so TLDR, Crytek doesn't want me here. The game doesn't want me here. The community, a lot of them, most of them, I would say, don't want me here. So, why am I here?
To suffer.
Plus, I have a full-time job with mandatory overtime that drains me, and I have complex regional pain syndrome in my hands. So it physically hurts to edit videos. Why put myself through all of that when I'm not even wanted? So, yeah. All production on Hunter's Lodge is ceasing immediately. I don't know what to do in my life anymore, but I'd like to go in a lot more detail. If you want to hang out with me for 10 minutes and just spend some time with me as a friend while I go through my confessional here, I would greatly appreciate it, because there's a lot that I can discuss, and it might give you some insight on what it's like trying to make videos in a community that doesn't necessarily want you. So, I guess we'll start with, there's no script, by the way, if you couldn't tell. There's no script today. I just had a basic outline, and I'm not even looking at it right now. I'm just looking at you, my friend. Why did I start making Hunt videos? Well, I had casually played Hunt with some friends, and I noticed that what's the word? The blood bond changes. I noticed the blood bond changes were coming through, and I actually did the math, and I looked into it. I invested myself into some research, and I completely supported Crytek removing the infinitely grindable free premium currency. So I made a video defending Crytek. I had people calling me the worst things known to humankind, and I had people telling me that I was the only logical person they'd seen in the space. It was a mix, but that was one of the first videos I ever had that got over 1,000 views. So I was like, oh my god, it's happening! So I figured, alright, fuck, I've tried to make videos for the last 8 years through the course of many channels, even as a kid. They're terrible, all terrible, don't look for them. But I figured, well, maybe this is the time to dive on in fully. So I invested myself into making Hunt videos. I try to be more creative, focus on more of a talking aspect, because bear in mind, I'm a guy with self-described cripple fingies. So it's really hard for me to play games and I'm really bad at hunt, so people don't really want to see my gameplay. I focused more on what I called the hunt thought space, talking about different ideas I had on how to improve the game, talking about issues in the community that I had seen, trying to give voices to people's opinions on a bigger platform, giving it an appreciation for the artistic focus of hunt, like making appreciation for the hundreds and hundreds of hours that the artists have invested in Hunt Showdown's world, in the environmental storytelling that they have on each compound on an individual level. It's incredible. And the written lore of Hunt, incredible. And the music, the sound design, down to the very steps of your feet. Everything in the game that I wanted to appreciate, I was trying to give other people an appreciation for. But it took a long time, and we did find some success here. I had like 8 patrons, like 5 or 6 members. Fucking love you guys. You guys gave me hope, along with the folks in the Discord that didn't give me money necessarily, but were just there with me, by my side. You all made me feel like this was possible. This was a dream I had that could happen. And it inspired me to no end. I had these creative bouts. I would lay in my bed at night thinking of all these different cool and unique video ideas that I could make. I lost sleep making videos as fast as I could. I gave up my personal health to make more videos. I worked on these all entirely by myself 99% of the time with my hand issues, while working full time with overtime for so long. And all of that effort, constantly innovating, hours and hours and hours and hours of content, with the most, I would say, unique hunt content in the space. Barely any gameplay involved. I made a grand total of $400. And that was only because one awesome gentleman donated $100 on one of my live streams to celebrate the new event. So, $400. I say this with no malice involved at all. I have personally invested over $1,000 into this channel. Between subscriptions to music services, my video editing software, paying for ads on a couple of videos that I thought would do really good, commissioning artists for assets and for designs that I use in the videos. I spent a lot. I supported a lot of artists. I put in a lot of commissions, which I don't regret, by the way. I love that I could support artists in the community so much. I paid above. I actually paid more than what people were asking for quite a few times. Not to brag. I want you to understand that I have this massive appreciation for the art in the game and the people that make art in the game and in the community. And I want them to feel like they matter. So, the amount of money I made from the channel was barely a drop in the bucket based on what I'd spent. And I evaluated. Well, let's take a look back and see how everybody else felt about my content. Other YouTubers didn't like me.
At least
I wasn't a gameplay guy. Some of them didn't mind me. Some of them did like me and tried to collaborate with me. A couple, like two YouTubers, max. I reached out to a ton of people to try and collaborate with them, and they weren't interested, which is fine. I eventually got a few YouTubers together, Peebnewt, Noara, other YouTubers, name is on the screen. They collaborated with me on the Jeopardy video, and it was awesome. Sorry, there's like a squirrel on my wall. The Jeopardy video was the creme de la creme of my videos. It was the absolute peak of what I considered my content to be. It was a unique video. I actually collaborated with other hunt YouTubers, and it didn't do well. That's a video I paid for ads on as well, and it didn't matter. So, in prior to that, I had focused on very artistic videos, like Exploring Hunt, a video that is literally impossible to make now because Crytek is so anti-creator. They've removed all of the creator-friendly tools in the game. You used to be able to hide your HUD so you could record cool footage. They removed that. You used to be able to free roam in the maps so that you could record footage. They removed that. They got rid of reshade for entirely balanced purposes, and I get that. I was supportive of that. But that was also a tool for content creators. I got copyright striked by Crytek for using Port Sulphur Band music, the in-game music, in one of my videos. And they did remove it after like a week. But the fact that I even got that strike in the first place, really? I had a fella from the VFX department in Crytek reach out to me on Discord to personally apologize for something that wasn't his fault at all, and tell me that he reached out to his management in the VFX department to try and help me out with that copyright strike. That's how insane it is. The people at the top versus the people at the bottom, they have no idea what's going on. And we even had David Fifield himself personally comment on a few of my videos with his personal account. That was really cool to see. But then I criticized the game a little bit, and he stopped commenting. The Hunt Showdown subreddit. Yeah, let's keep diving into this community aspect of it. The Hunt Showdown subreddit. They removed my posts. They personally removed my posts. I don't know if it's somebody on the mod team or what. I tried to reach out to the mod team, and they stopped responding to me. But I cannot post on that subreddit without my posts getting removed. They either get auto-modded for no reason, or they get personally removed by a mod, and I do not get an auto-mod message. But either way, I am not allowed to post any of my videos on that subreddit, but other YouTubers are allowed to, whenever they want. Isn't that great? Makes you really feel appreciated. Another YouTuber. I'm not going to say his name. Those in my community know who he is. I put out a video saying, like, hey, what the heck's going on with the Hunt Showdown community? He had a really lengthy essay-level response that he wanted to comment on the video. And he tried numerous times to comment on the video, and for some reason, his comment kept getting removed. So I reached out to him, and he reached out to me. I troubleshooted it for like 3 hours with him, trying to figure out why the heck does his comment keep getting removed. I even offered to comment his comment, take it, copy it, word for word, in quotes, and paste it under my video, pinning it so everyone could see it, and discussing what was happening and who that comment was from, so they could see his opinion on my video. He declined and completely ignored my offer to help him out, and instead told me he was just going to make his own response video. His response video got a decent amount of views, stirred up a little controversy, and his community ended up berating me a little bit. So he got what he wanted. I reached out to him, and I offered to have him on my podcast so that we could talk about the whole thing, discuss it, and ice it over. He told me he would love to be on the podcast. And then for the next 3 months, every time I reached out to him, he just left me on red. He would not respond. So he got what he wanted out of me. He got some views, a little controversy, engagement, and then he tossed me to the side. I even posted his videos, links on my community page on my Discord, and told people to go support him. Even though he didn't agree with me and people were berating me in his comments, I still supported him where I could. And that was the largest interaction I had had with another YouTube content creator in the hunt space, was him fucking me over. So it's cool and all that. By the way, if it wasn't obvious, he was removing his own comment. He was posting the comment and removing it himself to stir up a controversy there in farm engagement. I live on a mountain in New York. I've lived with barely over 2,000 subs. I don't understand why I have to have that little controversy for no reason. I just want to talk about the game that I love. I don't get why I have to get fucked over for no reason. What did I do? I just want to make cool stuff. I want to make unique stuff that I'm very proud of. My podcast, for example, Between the Hunt, the only long-running community-based hunt showdown podcast that exists. I gave voices to dozens of unique hunters like you. Regular, everyday people who have never said anything, never made content, anything like that. Just regular people that work a 9 to 5 and then they play hunt in their free time. I would offer them a seat, a microphone, and I would let them speak their mind. I would make them, for just an hour or two, the most important hunter in the bayou. And I've never been more proud of that. Offering a voice and a platform to so many people, regardless of microphone quality, regardless of MMR, hours in the game, everybody had a chance to be on my podcast and tell people how they felt. And that is something I'm so very proud of, because it's really easy in the hunt community to feel like you don't have a voice. Crytek doesn't reach out to people and work out with their community. They don't interact with you. Very recently, they've had a developer insight video with some of their Crytek partners, their inner circle of content creators, the very few, where they talked about how to make hunt dollars in the game. That's the furthest they do. They aren't reposting Twitter posts about the game, people talking about the things they love or hate. They aren't sharing stories that people have
Exp
with
collector.
other players.
Welcome to my channel.
They barely interact with
I
us
had
at all,
gas.
if ever. The communication we've had in the last 6 months with the developer insight videos is the most we've ever had. And it's barely anything.
Dobro jutro.
Dobro jutro.
Kako ste?
Dobro, hvala Bogu. Rasanjujem se.
A,
Spremio kafu, ispratio Duško na posao. I kuliram. Cepa se Diablo. Kako si sa sezonom, na koliko si odmako?
treba da uradim još jedan zadatak, izvršio sam.
To super.
Nisam rekao da neću da igram, ali ono...
Da,
nema
završio si
potrebe
ono što
da-
se tebe tiče, da. Kapiram.
Mogu da upalim igru ako odigram s tobom nešto, ali ono što ja hoću da uradim je da pokupim toga peta, neku mačku, čini mi se.
Pa to ću i ja da uradim, jel ja?
A to je grind, kako ja vidim.
Jebi ga onda.
Treba da unaprediš neke glifove, pa to ja ne volim da radim. Da ono, mlatim praznom slambu, ali moram, nažalost.
Pa što da nekad već igraš moram.
Ono što je
Šta
bilo
ima
izazovno, to je da ubiješ bossa i da otvoriš neke škrinje i da napumpaš određeni broj kilova dok si pod maksimalnom onom agresijom u Hell Tide-u, to sam odradio, to je bilo onako izazovno. A ovo je ono mobolije. Boriš se protiv štoperice, ako si dobar protiv štoperice i ne pogineš, naprediš ovo.
Da.
Šta god.
Kako smo na frontu što se Helldivers dvojke tiče? Major?
Nisam gledao, pogledat ću kad odigram ovaj još malo.
pogledam
Igrači
to.
su napali površnu planetu po običaju. Neki uopšte ni ne igraju, na primjer Major Order, gleda se ih pola na onom frontu s bubama. Na primjer, bila je taj neki Deep Forge koji su roboti zauzeli da uzmemo i sad ja gledam, imaš Resistance. Resistance ti je 3% po satu robota. To ti je onaj kao Fire Division njihov. I to ti je piše Defense High, kao ono jaka odbrana s njihove strane. Teško to možemo da probijemo. I imaš planetu s desne strane s koje možda se napadne, isti taj Deep Forge, niko to ne napadne, 500 igrača. 15.000 igrača na površnoj planeti. I ja gledam ne verujem. Ja sam kriv za to, ja sam odigrao s ovim Borisom Makićem. Vidio sam tamo da je većina igrača, ali kad sam stao i razmislio, rekao pa ovo je površna planeta. Uopšte ne treba da budemo ovdje.
Debili.
Dobro, nema tu niko da usmeri ljude, razumeš. Nego što kaže, svi igrači su tamo da je većina igrača. ako stave neki novi kontent, možda se vrati jedno 50.000 igrača kao što je znao da bude. 50 za 100.000.
Da, jeste. Nije sve ni u war bondovima samo, treba što kažeš nov content definitivno. Između ostalog, malo nešto novo. Kostimizacije, attachmenti, nešto neko odrade.
Da.
I s ovim kepovanim samplovima treba nešto da se odradi.
Nije stvar su sample kepa, nego što nemaš šta s njima da uradiš.
A i još što je žešće kepovan ti je level na 150 pa svi jedu.
Pa ni level ti ne znači puno. Posle 50-a...
Ali to je po meni
pa
totalno
dobro, level
glupo.
999. Naprimjer, Likojka, opet spomenut ću njega, jer njega poznajem, s njim sam igrao. Dexter ti igra desetku. Ako mu je svaki meč desetka, on dobija 50% više experience nego ja, na primjer, koji igram šestici. 200% više nego ti koji igraš na trojici, četvorci. Dobija svaki put više XP-a, on bi trebao da bude do sad level 999, ali nije. Zato što ne možeš preko 150 da igraš. Što će reći da mu je isti Andrak, na kraju će biti on isti level, razumeš, koji ti. I tako. Uopšte nemaš, to je kao nekakav indikator ko igra koliko, ali posle nekog vremena nema veze.
Pa zato ti i kažem, ipak ne treba da bude kap ni na 150, neka roka dalje.
A da, to je samo broj obično.
Ali je cool broj.
Pa dobro.
1407. level sam.
Jeste. Koliko imaš prestiža u DBD? Ne ti konkretno, nego koliko igra ima prestiža.
Prestiža ima... Pa ne znam, brate, nisam na roku, ja mislim da ima...
Ili svaki killer ima svoju,
Ne, svi likovi imaju prestiž, max, ali ne znam koliko mu je...
A odvojni prestiž?
99. Ne. Po liku.
Po liku?
Ali jel ti radi, sad ću stvari da proverim.
Šta?
Jebeni drop.
Za? Diablo?
Da.
Bi treba da radi. Pogledaj minut 2 pa ćete pisati.
Radi.
Neki mač ima da se klema.
Pa da. Pa ajde bare kad gledam, da gledam tvoj ovaj Twitch kanal.
Hvala ti.
Što bi gledao drugog? Pa mislim realno, brate, šta?
Hvala ti, ja sam ključio za sve igre. To je Twitch kao integracija. Dakle, igra kao podržava drop, ali...
Ti si ga povezao na kanal, a? I ko gleda, dropovi ti generalno idu za sve ono što imaju drop. Šta, ne razumijem?
Da.
Ujebote. Pa kako ne moraš da gledaš taj content, a ide mi drop, to mi sad nije jasno. Ili simultano mi idu 2-3 dropa.
Ne, ide jedan ako gledaš jedno. Tako da... Možda gledaš ti 10 ljudi, ali ide ti uvijek na primarni kao taj. On ti gleda na koji, na Twitchu koju kategoriju gledaš, razumeš. I onda kog kreatora gledaš, ako je kreator povezan, i onda kao u redu.
Ja napisao ovim majmunima za Tech Key, znaš, za Ark Raiders. Kao favorite streamer, ja napišem S.W.Frost, možda mi za to odjebali, ko zna.
Ne, moj to da radiš, treba da...
Omiljeni streamer, brate, oni kad vidjeli ljudi, ko gledam, kaže, dečko, ti si neozbiljan, bre, da li si ti normalan?
Tamo nekog...
Kome mi da damo ključ, pa bolje da ga bacimo, brate.
Kroz prozor. Jeste.
I onda, da li si ti dečko čuo da je to loš čovek, pa idemo dalje. Tape.
Čitav dosije su izvodim.
Pa da, sve.
Sve ima i crno na delu. Evo.
Kad radiš, kad ležeš da spavaš.
Lepo piše.
Sve.
Da. Sve podatke.
Lepo piše na, kako kaže već,
Zid.
lepo piše na plakatu. I generalno šta se lepo Ilija dobija od kozmetike ove sezone, šta se daje?
Imaš
Dobro,
free...
jedeš oružje, oklope cool, nego ono nešto što bi ti izdvojio.
Imaš, pa šta znaš, to se meni sviđa. Eto,
Da.
imaš sovu.
Pa dobro,
Ako-
za sovu koliko je... A, to se dobije normalno im igranje, pet u pes, to tako?
No, mislim da to zapravo onaj plaćeni.
Ozbiljno?
To ti
Znači
onaj
nije free
koji-
pack,
On ti je na drugoj strani. Čekaj. Ne, treća
Ma nema
strana.
veze igre, bre, pitam te sad...
Tu je sova. To je ovaj. Ne znam koliko košta. Ja sam za 1000 kupio čitav Battle Pass. A prvu
Pametno
stranu
ti.
koja je free, a pa kad već igram tako uradim.
Pa, hvala Bogu, normalno. I ja šta igram kupujem, šta je briga.
Mislim... Na free Battle Passu dobiješ nazad 200 ono pojena, šta god.
Na to me boli kurac, generalno. Znači, na free Battle Passu, ili ima nešto ili nema?
Moment.
Dobro, vidjet ću. Nisi gledao, neću da te majem sad bez
Ima,
veze,
jesam,
brate.
već sam to kupio ranije. Ima neki konji, ljubičasti konji. Ima
Dobro.
neki armor,
Konjovi,
jest.
dobro.
Sekira, halberd i šta je ovo, nož. I rukavice neke. To ti je deo seta. A kad odigraš sve ove stranice dobiješ čitav taj kao armor set.
Ujebote što je cool. Na blici, dobro.
Od čitavog seta meni se najviše svidjelo... Evo viš ove kao... rukavice. Eto, samo to. I haljina.
I Aljina. Pa
A to
super,
mislim
ja
da je ovo
sam
što je na
isto-
meni, znaš. Ovdje
Cool je, cool je.
dobiješ više dve stvari, piše includes two items, dobiješ kacigu i armor. Znači da su rukavice u suštini ove što ih ja imam. One su na ne znam kojoj strani.
Čoveče, vidi kako je to lepo detaljno urađeno, stvarno lepo, dosta detalja. Svaka čast. Lepo, lepo. Lepo izgleda. Ono za droide kao, a?
Da, za ženskog druida koji izgleda kao...
Nema interesantno.
kao... ne znam kako da kažem, kako izgleda ženski druid.
Kao
Kao jedna
kuvarica.
medicinska, jeste, kao kuvarica škole u Oševu,
To.
Karlić, Loćinac, da.
To ti kažem, taj fazon.
Ili kao jedna moja drugarica koja ima 1,60 m i 120 kg. Eto,
Šta da ne radi za onog Vince McMahon?
dominatrix, ne, ona je glavna medicinska sestra. Ona ti je dominatrix i glava porodice u suštini. Sve ćemo
Mega
se
čuvan.
makao od toga. Ajoj. Ako ih ja njih sačgao. Gorite, gome.
Burn, bitches, burn!
Vi se džaba pumpate. Pući ćete i vi.
Za besmrtnog imperatora Sašu Popovića.
Tako,
Za grand.
zapali. Ja, sad sam pobio grupu čitavu i sad je nešto puklo i skillno je bilo pola kilta, ja ne verujem. Šta god.
Pazi, kaki fancy portal.
Pa imam skoro sve portale koji su mogli da se kupe u tom Battle Passu. Imaš ove u shopu koji se kupuje za pare, ali to mi je glupo. To je
Jel
ono...
ništa, jel daju nešto za dž u shopu, nema ništa free. Kao, startovali smo ljudi novu sezonu.
Moraš da
evo.
otvoriš igru, uđeš u shop i da... Znaš šta ti daju? Daju ti sve one stvari koje su davali free svima. A koje ti vjerojatno nisi klemao, ne znam, dali su, ne znam, jednom sekiru, buzdovan, štapić. Bilo je tu nekih promo stvari koje su recimo davali za ljude koji su bili dovoljni davalaci krvi. To ti je sve free promo materijal i ako to nisi klemao tad kad je moglo, dobiješ ih random u prodavnici. Kada otvoriš prodavnicu malo pogledaj, zato što ima mnogo kozmetike.
Čekaj, Ilija, a moram sad napravim sezonskog lika, ali tako?
Da je više u prodavnicu?
Create seasonal character.
Pa...
Ne, da pogledam prodavnicu mogu, okej, svakako, ali kad igram new seasonal, a?
Treba sezonski karakter, da, to je bilo u svakoj igri tako.
Jo, što mi opet ovo priča, brate, kad hoću da...
Imaš da preskočiš kampanju, inače. Ako si prešao kampanju, ne čujem nešto. Ako si prešao kampanju, kad kreiraš sezonskog karaktera, imaš opciju da preskočiš kampanju. Znači nisi prešao.
Jebote, ovaj screen reader nije normalan, majke.
Aaaa.
Ma, ne mogu ništa do sada te čujem, izvini, sad sam ga prekinuo, brat.
U opcijama imaš da isključiš.
Ma, prekinuo sam odmah sad, ali nisam mogu, dok mi ti pričaš ono priča, a ne mogu, znaš, i onda kao, hop, screen reader enable, disable, to jednom samo odradiš i ćao.
Da.
Jebote, koje sranje, ne mogu da verim.
Sranje.
Iskidano. Screen shake efekt. Ne, neće.
Ne.
Ne.
I ovako ne vidim nekad što se dešava na ekranu, ne bude da mi drma još ekran.
Ma dobre, beži.
A što mi trese joystick u rukama nego što da mi još da drma ekran doći pa mi skini gaći i nabije preko glave. Šta se radi? To sam na tebe inače cilja. Ajde, okej, dobro, kako god ti voliš da ti trese.
Vidiš što kaže, a ovo je 8. sezona, je li tako? Tralala, welcome, kurac moj, neki companion, Iris, the cat, from the seasonal journey.
Da.
Pa ja to bi morao da Ilija uzme, je li tako?
Ja na tome radim trenutno. Da odradim taj neki challenge, da dobijem tu čora i...
Čekaj da vidimo samo shop što kažeš prvo. A moram isto Ilija nešto da te pitam samo posle shopa. Ako nešto ima prvo ovdje free, onda verujem da će da daju bilo šta free.
Moraš malo da igraš da bi ti ono... Postavljam.
Samo po kozmetik mi pokazuje da ima nešto novo, ali to je to. Samo new, da vidimo add-ons ništa, premium ništa, ekspanzije ništa. Najverovatnije ću da uzem. Da, vidiš, šta se radi s ovim Ilija starim likovima što ih imam?
Ništa, stoje tu. Ne brišu se dok ti ne poželiš da ih obrišeš ako ti bude trebalo mjesec drugi karakter.
Neće, ovdje i Moksina ima nekih.
Svaki taj, da kažemo, profil igre ima, ne znam, 18 ili 12, ne znam koliko piše ti, glavno meni.
Ja imam 12 od 14. Ja imam 14.
Hoćeš kasnije da... Da, ako si igrao prošlu sezonu, si igrao.
Jes.
Imaš da se uloguješ s karakterom prošle sezone, da klemuješ stvari koje si zaradio prošle sezonu, da ti ne bi obrisao sam Blizzard to.
Kad bi se ja sjetio samo, brate, s kojim karakterom sam zadnji igrao, brate. Moguće da i ovaj, da. Slavko, jer mi je to novo ako se zove Spiritborn, razumeš, mislim da sam s njim, ajde da vidim. Seasonal continue to game, ali tako? If you want to access seasonal content, you need to create new character. Dobro, for the seasonal realm. Ne, continue to game ću idem, da vidim baš što kažeš, možda ima nešto se claimuje. Welcome back, booster. For a limited time you can instantly boost one eternal character or two eternal characters for Vessel of Hatred owners. Dobro, to imam ja. To dive back in with ease, explore new class abilities and rejoin the battle. Dobro, imamo šta kaže dalje. Travel to the tavern in Kioshad with the character of your choosing and interact with the faded reliquary inside to unlock the boost.
To ti uzmeš free item, ako se dobro sjećam. Dobiješ komplet set armor za svog karaktera.
Pick from among 3 curated and ready to play builds and play styles. What the fuck?
Dobiješ free iteme i rune.
I na kraju kaže find your character at level 50, all altars of Lilith unlocked and be equipped with powerful legendaries and items. Explore Sanctuary, familiarize yourself with your newfound power and prepare to face new challenges. Okay. Znači moram da idem Jo, majke.
Da se teleportiš u taj Kioša, da.
Da se telepromptujem.
Da. Ili hodaj do tamo.
Jo, da ste...
Kioša ti je gore u Fractured Peaks. Centar, pored velike katedrale tamo.
Jo, kad bi se ja sretio Ilija, majko moja.
Tu ti ne mogu pomoći. Fractured Peaks je onaj kao zaleđeni del mape. To ti je severo... istok, da kažem tako. Pomažeš.
Severoistok?
Da. Nije sever, ali ono. Istok ka severu. Kako hoćeš. Oblast se zove Fractured Peaks, grad se zove Kioshad. To ti je jedna od predstavnica u igri. Samo ti radi Fortify, majke ti ga spana. Tako.
A grad se zove?
Kioshad sa Y.
Baš tako, i to je trebalo, dobro? Naš?
Nije teško.
Will be tested now.
Party Finder, dobro, brate, okej. Dobro. Hvala. Optional welcome back booster. Choose a free boost package on the featured reliquary. A čekaj, a što da igram s ovim likom? Ali mogu s novim likom to da uzmem, a? Ja pročitali dobro.
Sa sezonskim? Ne verujem da može sa sezonskim.
Pa ja mislim da ne može. Pičko. Travelers, beware! Evo, došao sam kod čoveka. You have reached your destination. Warning! Kaže,
Naravno da možeš samo jedan.
proceeding options will boost your current character's level to 50. Equip it with a full set of legendary items. Replace your current build and collect all altars of Lilith. This will make your character significantly more powerful.
A to ako ti pokupiš sve Altar of Lilith, makar ti se to isplati, možeš da ih petaš okolo. Wow, i to su radili.
And closer to the end game. Pa da uzem onda s ovim da je jedan ovako, ali moram ću da napravim seasonal, nema već.
Uzmi Klemoć ti za seasonal karaktera, tako da, barem taj Altar of Lilith.
Pazi ovo, choose a free boost package at the... Imam 3 opcije. Stalk and Avis Crate.
Neću ti ja savjeti, čitaj slobodno, ali neću ušte ti
Flourish
govorim.
and Deathly Stinger. To su vjerovatno buildovi, jel tako? I Quill Volley. Ja nemam pojma ništa šta je šta.
Nemam ni ja. Uzmeš bilo koji.
koji se nekako...
Ako misliš da je
Hoću od
neki
ovih
bolje,
tri da
neki
imam-
lošiji, Blizzard
Ne, to me
izabrao
boli
3,
kurac. Što više da imam kao companiona u buildu. Od
nema
ova 3. Koji...
companiona.
Nema.
Nema ni jedno companion. Ako si mislio da ti je Spiritborn companion build, nema ništa.
Okej.
Nemaš ti
Idem
companion
s tim.
build,
A?
to su ti spirit animals, kao ti oni...
E pa to, da ide i gorila i sve žela sranja koja mogu da idu sa mnom, bilo bi cool.
A
Na
ne
to.
idu, nego ti baciš magiju kao stvori se na ekranu kao duh, ne znam, orla i kao on baci magiju.
Okej.
Ne ide niko s
Onda
tobom.
uzim Stinger, brate, to je neki poison, verovatno.
Da, stvori se duh zmije i ta zmija truje okolo. Nije to ni zmije, nego kako oni to zovu, centipede. Znaš,
Da.
100 noga je, šta je reći.
Evo, prenamestio mi build.
I sad izađeš
Sve.
napolje i probaš da udariš, da vidiš na što to liči.
Plus Paragon level imam brdo, jebem ti sunce.
Pa dobio si Paragon levele zato što ti je dao max level. Povukao ti XP iz prošle sezone. I Statue of Lily ti daje Paragone također, ako nisi znao. Ne znam koliko dobiš, 5 do 10 komada. Čini mi se.
Brate, mili, ko je ovo bolest?
Plače mi tugujem.
Level. Helltide.
Odmah pred grad, jel?
Da, pa da.
A dobro, tu imaš više monstera, doduše čim odeš AFK odmah se stvori grupa onih malih samoubica da ti puknu pod noge. Dakle, super catch AFK, da ga malo stimuliše da krene. Daj Bože da oći cigaru da zavije, tako nešto. I da ostavi miš kontroler na ono, da ga ne mrda. Odmah ti Blizzard spone moba da ti puca.
Šta si na ovo je kidanje bolesno. Majke...
Uzeo si onu pticu, jel ne? A ne, uzeo si centiped. Da, to nabacio otrov svima.
Jako priča. Baš. Useravam ih mnogo jako.
A. Vodi mi gleda. Jutro sam probao da ugrejem jednu velu mleka. Ili se pokvarili ili se ja nešto loše uradio. Skoro se u sir pretvorilo.
Lele.
Možda se što zeba. Možda su moji htjeli da napravi kiselo mleko ili tako nešto. Nemam pojma. Samo da sam ga podgrevao bio. I kad sam pogledao šta je, ono vidim da se odvojilo gore, ono kao bistra tečnost, a dole pri dnu bilo kao sir, znaš, gust, zgrudvalo se. Ne znam, daleko da je pokvareno. Nisam ekspert za mleko. Vidim kad mi je sumnjivo i ne diram. Eto, meni se igra taj Dark Citadel, a taj Dark Citadel ima kao neku kozmetiku, ali ta kozmetika se previše nasumično dobija da bi bilo validno uopšte da probaš da to isfarmaš. Imaš šansu da dobiješ nešto od toga, a to ti je ono... Ja treba da igram, razumeš, a ne možeš ti sam da igraš, treba ti bar još jedan igrač. Nekad smo radili prošli put, samo radi nekih tog Sidenote journey, trebali smo da uradimo taj Dark Citadel. Vidim da ga sad nešto nisu ni forsirali. Osim kako nisam strpali na zadnju stranicu. Na zadnju stranicu su obično zadaci koji su ono najdosadniji, koji treba najviše vremena da se uradi. Prošli put su stavili, čini mi se, sovu na zadnju stranicu. To je bilo pakao da se uradi. Tako gluposti bilo da uradiš, da su stavili na predzadnju, pa kao ajde, lakše se napravi. I kako ti se sviđa taj build što su ti oni dali?
No, uništava sve redom, čovječe.
kafa mi treba definitivno.
Kava?
Kakva, što kaže.
What's still got some good in it?
Ultimate bitch.
There's a good one. Some solid bits here. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Shibu. Slain was a maiden.
Maiden of Slain.
Yes.
A to ti je u Helltide-u, ona kao boss. Ne. Cool. Šta me zanima? Da li ja mogu da odem vamo i kažem zameni mi ovo za
May your road be
Stara dama.
filled with wonders.
kava. Kava. Brat me orobi svaki put. Dođe napravi kafu ili čaj i onda ode u gornji deo kuće pa nese s sobom šolju i tako je ponovno par šolje. I onda ja kad doćem stavim sebi kafu ili čaj, onda gledam, jebote, ja nemam nijednu čašu vode. I onda dođe ja donesem mi 3-4 šolje nas. Ne znam, šta igraju ljudi? Pa vidio sam da igraju, ima neka fora da igraš ovoga roga, da bacaš noževe i da imaš, ne znam, gledao sam 10 klonova na ekranu, ne znam kako to radi.
Ozbiljno.
Da. Onda gledao sam Barbarijana koji ide okolo i vrti se onaj Whirlwind Barbarian, još iz starog Diabla. I sad imaš kao te neke sezonske emocije od tih bossova. Treba da se samo nađeš na ono mjestu da imaš onoga bossa, onaj što se vrti, kako se zove, Creeping Death.
Da.
Onaj je kao Harvester duša ili kako već. Njega tada da pobediš ili da budeš tu kad ubijaju i dobiješ njegovu moć. I kad radiš Whirlwind, imaš dodatni efekt na sve te magije koje su kao channeli, postoji ono bacanje noževa, Whirlwind i to. I dok se vrtiš i channelaš magiju, oko tebe kao neki dodatni neki kao od toga bossa krugić se napravi. I taj krugić u suštini kao neki beli zrak smrti. Slično kao što boss ima. Samo manje. Naprimjer, ja sam uzeo od onoga bossa, onoga velikog, ne znam nije šta je, zmaja otrovnog. Uzeo sam od njega kao taj seasonal power i svaki put kad bacimo gorenje, ona baci neprijateljim otrov. U suštini ne ubije ih vatra nego ih otrov.
Znači je ovaj Battle Pass i Progress, kako da vidim, brate, ovdje.
Ja to pritisnem na tastaturi U, a ti nemam pojma šta pritisneš. Odeš Escape ili Start ili Select, nemam pojma šta pritiskaš. I tamo na onoj traci gdje ti pišu ono komande, jeli? Ideš na Relikvari.
Dobro, to mi je unlockovano je.
U Relikvari imaš Belial's Return, to ti free Battle Pass. Imaš besplatno predmet.
Aha, okej, razumijem. I tu ima ovih par stvari tipa portal, oružje, konče, razumem.
Da, tu su stavili svašta
I
nešto.
valutu 200 i oboj, okej. A ovo kupujem novčićima koje zarađujem. Da, okej.
Da.
Dobro jutro.
Kad igraš? Tu, jel, nisi probudio. A kako već, a na season imaš seasonal journey. Tu imaš mačku, ali moraš doći do petici.
Razumem, sad kapiram skroz, da.
Za peticu moraš da igraš, ja već igram nekoliko dana, skoro svaki dan. 4-5 dana. Prošli put sam sezonu završio čitavu za 3-4 dana. To mi je kad sam pomogao. A sad već 5 dan ili ne znam koji već. Znači, fali mi samo još taj jedan challenge da uzmem tu mačku. I ja sam tu, što sam mislio da uradim, napravim. Mogu i ne moram, razumeš, više da igram. Isto kao taj Hunt Showdown, igrao sam dok nisam došao do zadnjeg karaktera na onom Battle Passu i ostalo je samo neki privezak. A to je privezak koji imaš 60 privezaka za oružje, to ti kao neka mala značkica.
I nećeš da igraš stalno Hunt Showdown?
Ja?
Ti?
Ti, lično ti.
A ti imaš najviše sati, znaš igru najbolje, daj bre objasni mi malo ja. Mislim, znam te pojem te igre tako.
Mogu da objašnjavam, ali... Pa znam nešto, ja ne igram objektiv. To ti je kao neko ko igra, ne znam, DayZ i ima, ne znam, 3 vagona oružja, razumeš, i zašto bi išao u raid?
Ja imam to i idem ubijam igrača.
Dobro, to ja uradim. Ja imam oružje da naoružam 100 igrača, razumiješ, da se bore za mene. Na prvi. Imam, ali to nemaš opciju da podeliš to. Ja da hoću sad, mogu bi svima ovdje s kanala što igraju Hunt Showdown, mogu bi da im kupim geara za nedelju dana da ih ja financiram.
Nice, sponzor, nice.
Pa mogu bi da budem kad bi Kretik dao tu opciju. Ja sam tada predložim da se igra poker u igri. Da vam mogu da potrošim par. A ja kad sam biram da igram, ja igram ono, znaš, budžet. Luk i strela i ručne bombe ili ne znam, nija dronovi za izviđanje. Imaš dronovi za izviđanje.
Ja sam zadnji put, da kažem, igrao aktivnije kad nisu bile te bube one.
A to ti samo za informaciju. Ako se nađeš nije to za neko igra agresivno, imaš bube koje ti zapale health. Znaš da imaš one health, ta stanja tipa 25-50 HP.
Da, čankove.
Buba ti, crvena buba ti automatski dezintegriše, na primjer, 25 HP-a taj health. Ljudi igraju ofenzivno s time. Puknete s tom bubom, ne stanete 25 HP-a. Prebaci na onu pušku, ona što radi 149 damage-a, ošinete s time i mrtav si. To se tako zvuči u teoriji, a u praksi on može da te pogura sa shotgunom da te ubije čak i ako ima manje health. Ali na papiru može da ti izjebe s time. Ja ako ne iđem na nepoznatu situaciju da nemam pojma šta se dešava, izbacim bubu. Oni nose, momci ovi koji igraju Hunt, oni nose one dimne bombe. Ja ne nosim dimnu bombu, nosim 2 dimne bube. Dimna buba ti daje informaciju, može da se pokupi nazad u inventar ako nemaš joj namenu, a ako ti sa igrača krenu da ga spaljuju, umjesto da bacim dimnu bombu koja je consumable, bacim bubu, pogledam, ako uspijem da vidim za kratko vreme, pogledam gdje su protivnici i koliko ih ima i vratim se i izgasim loše. Znači radim 2 stvari. A ovi kad igraju, on izađe iz kavera, baci dimnu bombu, oda poziciju gdje je, mogu da ga ubiju dok to radi. Opet ništa nije radio. Kretik je ubacio paljivu bocu za paljivo oružje da te spali, onda su ubacio dimne bombe da te gase. I tako, to ti sad nadmudrivanje. Također ne verujem u nekromanciju. Imaš ono kad neko padne, možeš da priđeš da ga oživiš. A imaš i trait da ga oživiš na daljinu. Ali to je glupost. Zato što 90% slučajeva kad ti vide saigrača i obale ga, taj ko ga je obalio, obično kontroliše njegovo telo. Obično tvoj, ne uvek, obično je njegovo telo, tvog saigrača, na poziciji recimo out of position, kako hoćeš. Znači nije u dobroj, nije u zaklonu, na primjer. U retkim slučajima tvoj saigrač je stao na prozor, probao da vidi ko ima napolje, nekoga headshotao od spolja. Njegov leš je pao unutra, ti možda zatvoriš prozor, da ga podigneš i kao safe je da podizati. U 90% slučaja tvoj saigrač trči preko livade ili kroz vodu, ubili su ga, nema kavera nigde. I da uzmeš trait, taj kao osobinu, da ga podigneš na daljinu, kao leš da ga podigneš. Ti si recimo 30 metara u kaveru i imaš range za taj skill je 30 metara i kreneš da ga podižeš. Ti njega podigneš, on ustane na livadi, bez kavera, bez ičega i ubije ga opet. Nema pojenta.
Ti beše, kad god nokaš igrača, on ti kao računa kill, kako beše?
Za prvi put kad ga ubiješ, računati se kill i to ti utiče na KD-a. Sve ostalo ti kao boosta i onaj kao statistiku na kraju meča, ali ne utiče ni na što, samo prvi kill se računa u suštini. Možeš jednog igrača da ubiješ 5 puta. To je pre bilo da, ne znam, 5 puta ga ubiješ pa kao farmaš taj kao KD ili statistiku, ali to ne radi. Mogu da te posmatram na Discordu i da ti dam savjet.
Ne mogu baš solo igra, ja volim s nekim igram tu igru, ne to solo, nemam to.
Koja brate igra?
Jedino ako ubediš Nenada, onda mogu da vam pomogu.
Ubediću.
Eto, viš.
Jebote, koji retard, ne mogu da verujem. U DayZ ima fora, možda vežeš ljude, bukvalno možda jebeš kako hoćeš.
Da ih vežeš i da ih jebeš, jesi čuo slabo?
Pa dobro, ne baš, mislim, izvedno smo. I lik full nagirovan. Naleti na lika freška koji nema ništa, ali lik je full nagirovan, znači ima ozbiljno oružje, FN pal, znači i ovo je neki Mosin, Tundra, evo, baš ono OP. I tada lika digne ruke u vazduh, lik digne ruke u vazduh i ovaj prelazite trakom da ga veže. I lik se ti jebe veže sam sebe.
Kako veže
sam sebe? I ovaj što nema
sebe?
ništa krije da ga bije, i ovaj stop, sorry man, I will give you gear, I didn't mean to hurt you man, stop, please man, come on, please. I komentari, of course you will give me your gear, i ovaj ga nokovo. I uzao sve. Vidio, brate, vezao lik sam sebe koji je retan.
Kako je vezao sam sebe, to ne shvatam.
Zato što je Amerikanac. Znači ti priđeš protivniku...
Ilija, kako da beše na hard odmah si mi preporučio da startujem, a?
Normal je easy, hard je normal. Nije da ja sad jedem govna, nego easy nemaš. Znači prvi nivo težine ti uvijek easy. I daje najmanje iskustvo. Eto, ajmo tako da kažem, bit će ti lakše.
Biće ti lakše.
Marko je nešto podelio, čekaj da vidim. Ko to sam sebe vezuje?
Good job, good boy.
Hello? Don't...
Pazo, čekaj, hoći po nešto trska.
Vidim, don't fucking know.
Da.
Nov cinematik, jel tako, za sezonu novu?
Nema potrebe da gledaš ako si ga izgodio.
Jebi ga, jesam, ja mislio nešto novo ubacili pička.
I da, čega lik, veže sebe.
Toliko je teško da se odradi jedan usrani cinematik, a?
Wait, I'll give you a gun. I didn't mean to hurt you.
Ne kapiram opet kako je sam sebe vezu. Koji je to deo?
Treba da ono budu upereno kao ovom igraču protiv, koji imaš ti restrain yourself i restrain player.
A što bi sebe vezao?
Ovo na konzoli, lik imao jebenu Tundru koji je znači OP sniper, lik imao FM fal, okvir, amuniciju, znači bio heavy ono. Znaš šta je ovo bilo?
If you move one more time, I'm gonna fucking shoot your brains out.
Jebote, koja fora! Neko snajpa ovog.
To je kao blef, a? To je dobar blef, a?
I'm a Barbie girl in a bar.
Alright, pimp.
Look, there's a guy behind you. There's a guy behind you.
Ovaj ga s može.
Ovo me liči na
Ovo je
skam.
drka.
Šta radi?
Drka kurac.
Makar.
Čisti put. Ali tako.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Billy.
Šta, traktor? Ubio sam sebe. Staviš pred kamiona.
Ovaj ga ubaci u brzinu.
Hello, bro.
How do I talk to him? Oh, fuck.
There's a blue running around looking for me.
I'll help you! I'm sending you!
Šta ga pregazio?
What?
Ovo je pre bila fora, ne znam da li još uvijek radi. Možeš se vješ auto ovako.
Kad sedneš?
Ne, stavio campfire čovjek. Stavio fireplace campfire ovaj kao.
Joj, nisam vidio da se hvatiš šta.
Gdje je vidio?
Pun gas.
Sad kad mu se odbije. Ovo je Brian, ovo je Brian.
Šta? Za lutovanje?
Ne, kad baca granatu i vraća.
Uh-oh.
It was at this moment that he knew. He messed up.
Ujebote, kako?
Šta je desilo s auto?
Auto ga doletao. Ja ovo nešto znam gdje. Dobro, deformitet.
I think I'm gonna get ambushed here, bro. I don't know why.
Shit, he's gonna find out he's ahead of.
Damn! Oh!
Šta bi?
Paštetu.
Go, 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 go,
Gazio
go,
bre
go,
na
go.
ovu paštetu.
To šta, eksplodira auto ili?
A, sjebovo nije eksplodirao, možda gumica ili nešto. Ujem ti živ.
Je li ovo onaj gologuzan?
Hello there. Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, I haven't talked to Shep for fucking... Oh fuck, I'll save it. Hold on, I'll save it. Oh fuck!
Ali ga omaši. Šta ćemo? Čak kad pretrči preko ovoga, sam. Ili ne?
Dobro, kreiraš.
Pa da.
A?
Ti da aktiviraš šta? Neka mu boli.
Ne, hoćeš. Ovo ima full protective NBC o delu.
Oh, hello.
Hello? Hello? I hear you in the crate. Can you kill me?
Evo, tu bilo neki spičkanac. A, evo ga! A, ovo je Svetlojevska. Koliko? Na 600 metra bio daleko. Da, 600 metra.
Ne vidi se koliko su siti.
Holy shit! Why are you so fast? Fuck off! Ah! Oh! Oh! No! Oh my god. Stick up, stick up. Don't crash the car today.
Nemam pojma kako.
Yeah, on big walls. Oh, there's something here. Oh, dude.
Oh,
Tu ima
wow.
steak.
No! No! No!
Ali sam mamio li.
No! No! Oh, no.
Da, fora ti na primjer od ljudskog sala kad ga ispečeš možda hraniš čoveka, da hraniš osobu, igrača drugog i on dobije onu bolest skuru kako se ušli.
Oh shit!
That he knew.
Gör du klar?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Å, helvete!
Han ble gammel!
Han ble gammel! Å, fy faen!
Oh, player. Oh, Jetpack Gardens. Hello.
What up?
Not much, just chilling in Electro, doing some stuff. What about you?
Just died to some. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, but
it's a dangerous place.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Bomb!
Not as dangerous as here, though.
So if I be a song.
Oh, sorry. Don't worry. I thought you was attacking us.
Tape him up.
You're not cool.
Yeah, go. Right. I'll resuscitate him, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm bringing you back. Sorry about that. Don't hate me.
Också bara en engelska besätt.
Right, you're alive.
Yeah, Ballotta's dangerous, right?
Yeah, Ballotta's full of nasty people, Ballotta.
They do some really cruel stuff
I guess
in
Electro
Ballotta.
ain't any better.
But do they do this in Ballotta? Watch this.
Nice.
Give me a minute.
Ja.
See you later.
Som bacio dynamit.
Oh!
U njega je u jaknu.
Oh!
Hey, better break out of them quick. We actually... No, he's...
I'm nearly dead.
Oh man. You know about parkour.
Parkour?
Parkour!
Yes, of course.
Der ist mies abgestürzt.
But at the end of the day, this shit is fucking garbage.
Oh shit, I didn't even notice
It's
it
not
was
garbage.
in the heli.
Yes, it is.
Jak kad padne preko nekog.
What am I doing? Landing us on
Albert.
I'm dead.
Weird shit. Пришут надо.
Dude, this shit's lagging.
Oh, we're upside down.
I'm not even moving.
Fuck.
Oh, why?
Oj, precis.
Okay.
Ay. Retards. Uvaga. A ovo je 1 u milion. Tako bijelo.
Hey dude, I'm friendly. Dude.
Friendly, bro, friendly. Come on, don't kill me.
Yeah, I won't kill you. Yeah, I won't kill you, it's fine.
Alright.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Au. Tak, da ga neko skine.
Cvjato planinarenje.
Popio se, gledaj.
I? Bravo.
Oh.
Šta bi?
Ne šta bi, a bio je lik iza njega.
You like the danger, huh? Oh shit!
Te neko da li
That did
sleđa?
work. Oh my god.
From behind.
I actually didn't think that would fucking work. Oh.
Yo.
What's that?
Oh! Šta je to? Improvised explosive device?
Da. Granatu. Čekajmo puška za glavi, ne? Konzolaš. Ide čovjek na konzolu, kako možeš da izigraš konzolu, ne razumijem.
Jel me džet trči kroz zatvorna vrata ili šta radi?
Tu je žena. Čekaj, još šta je mene. A ovo je neki mod, ne mogu šta. Au. Dođi koliko. Ne možeš da ubije.
Rke koki.
Da boost, double shift, tik tik. Ovako da još brže bude. Prije ima double shift. Jebe. A jebe kokoška.
Let's not die.
Prijatelji. Oh fuck, je bio.
Holy shit, really?
On je vonija. Tu je. Oh, koji retardi. Ovo je loše ide.
O kurwa!
Co to było?
Ja pierdolę ty! Co to kurwa było?
Ideš u kurac.
Gdzie to auto jest?
You're welcome, bro.
Yo, man. Hello. Friendly?
Hey, what's up?
Can I come with you guys?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. No, don't shoot. Why you shoot, bro?
Sorry.
Why you shoot, bro?
To je retard. Ja imam oružje, mogu da ubijem.
To bih izvukao.
Ujebote, ovo je ono za dlaku kad kažem. Ovo je za dlaku.
To ti je bilo isto kod nas, kad je onaj novinar intervjuisao onog djadu, kad je auto poletao pored njih na metar. Si gledao to?
And he tried to fucking put a rope around
Si
him.
gledao?
Give me a gun and I'll shoot those sons of bitches.
Underground here, you take the grenade and get out of here. Now.
Okay.
Get away faster. Take just only the grenade.
I took just the grenade.
Go away now. The faster you
Oh,
can.
2 seconds. I just need to put one bandage on and I'm gone, alright? Goodbye, my friend!
Out of here now.
Dobar dan poštovani gledaoci, ja sam Nemanja Oblaković ili
I'm coming for you!
Ideš u kurac. Au, brat. A šta čega ubio? Au, brat.
Nah. Oh shit. Yo, front car got ambushed, I think. He get ambushed. Yo! What the?
Aj, u prvu vozio.
Jesus Christ.
You've got a grenade.
Ne znam da je ovo.
Pederana. Tega moj neš.
Ženat, živ.
Juče smo prešli ovdje 700 nešto kilometra.
Peške?
Ma jok auto.
A to se ne računa. Može peći 1000.
What abomination is this?
To je Jelena Karlovša. Abomination. Izvinjavam se, Jelena Kjeruša.
Zelena kraveuša?
može to. Sviđa mi se.
To je moja kovanica. Bio sam malo kreativan.
A kako? Produktivnost i kreativnost. Jebem ti reklame na Twitchu, majke ga nabijem.
Jesu, ja kažem. Za baterija?
Mazda je Coca-Cola onako.
Uvijek je za baterije. Kad god neko dođe na moj kanal da mi se javi, da me speca, kaže kakve ste o baterije tu, ja ako nemam pojma. I onda sam otvorim drugi, razumeš, Twitch kanal, vidim, ne znam, neki energy drink, baterija nacrtana.
A ime i to, kako kada, to je Coca-Cola. Da, stvorio sam im koja je ovo pičkica. Ovo neka pevaljka.
Aha.
Oj.
Baš zgodna.
Ne.
I ne baš.
I ne kaže baš toliko.
Dupe, dobro.
Imamo i ja i Slavko dupi, šta sad?
A, nemate dobro. Nemate dobro.
Pa i tu si upravo.
Pravo se, ja ne mogu da se kačim sa ogromnim
ovo kad
tražnjom.
smo kod dupe, to mora čujem da se istovarim.
Neka te, Marko.
Nije mi tu Neška da proceni, jer ja mislim da ovo neka džipsi. Jeste, džipsi.
A Neša je stručnjak za romska pitanja.
Da vidiš ti Nešu sa nemačkom
kulturan.
oficirskom kapom. Pazi ovo, jel možeš da pogledaš časkom kameru? A?
Da vidim, ajde.
Jel možeš?
Vidim. Gdje si ga to slikao? A to je kondukter.
Pa sve ti kažem.
To je kondukter, neš. To je ukrao od milicajca kapu.
A pazi ovo, čekaj, pazi ovo.
Da vidim. A to su oni kao aplikacije, jel to?
Nije bre.
A jest, imaš aplikacije.
Nije bre, stvarno.
Ma važi, to ima na aplikaciji, staviš da izgledaš kako ćeš
To nije bre, evo smo juče, evo ga Pantić.
Pa da, pa dobro si, napravio si fotku i onda si mu stavio 4 kape na glavu, šta?
Nije, nego smo ga terali pod prećom oružje da mora da menja kape. Šans nije. Pa ništa menjao kape. Čekaj, gdje naš slika.
Fuck, ovdje sad možda se kvaruje main power.
Evo ga Pantić.
Jest. To sam pokušao, ali to je samo privremeno. Zato mi to baš nešto negativi, znaš tako.
Nismo mogli da mu nađemo SS uniformu na vrijeme, a Brajeru smo mogli da napišemo broj onako i bila je fora da Brajer kao bude Jevrej i da ga vodi onako, da ga gura ono. Ne. Mislim Brajer jeste Jevrej.
Ali nešto zna nemački pa ono da bude baš ono kao dobar rok.
Ali ne znam nažalost, ali uči.
Uči polako.
On je valjda s D1. Ako postoji. Kako još ide, a ne ono ide od A pa na dalje.
A ono, klase učenje to, kao stepen znanja koji imaš jezik.
Ma da. Rekli Nenad lernt noch. Lern noch. Nocht. Ja.
Nacht.
Nacht.
Bless you.
Jedan novčić sam zaradio.
I'm not done yet.
Aj novčić iz John Wicka.
Da, onaj Continental Coin.
Što, stalker mode Daisy ideš u kurac. Jel beše, postoji kod nas neki uređaj gdje možeš da povežeš 2 ili 3 različite internet konekcije i da spojiš bandwidth, bukvalno da se bere?
Ili samo platiš jako dobrog provajdera?
Može i to, a može da imaš 2-3 dobre konekcije da spojiš u jednu.
Ne znam, to je ono kao da li kupiti 5 akumulatori, povezati ih i uzeti jedan dobar.
1 ko ni 1, 2 ko 1 i 3 je već nešto. To je moja filozofija.
Znaš onu foru za kad vežeš 2 grafičke kartice ti rade paralelno. Znaš šta dobiješ?
To je pa... isto.
Ne. Dobiješ 10-20% bolje performanse ukoliko same sebe ne zaguši. Za cenu 2 kartice dobiješ 10%.
Kako spojiti 2 internet konekcije u jednu?
Znaš zašto nisam siguran u to što ti tvrdiš?
Da li ima da se
hoćeš da ti preporučim broj šta?
Uređaj u Srbiji.
Svaka konekcija posebno pristupa serverima ili drugim adresama za sebe. Razumeš? Ne koristiš jednu konekciju recimo da searchuješ nešto, već svaka zasebno kontaktira svog internet provajdera, zato je to diskutabilno.
Znam, ako deli sve, znam. Ali opet kad skidaš on koristi bandwidth ukupno.
Ako imaš nešto tipa internet download manager koji može da raspodeli taj loadout, možda on to može da napravi. Stoji. A ostalim ne. Sa download managerima sam siguran da to može da se napravi, ali ovako regularno ne. Ne znam da li ti Windows to dozvoljava, na primjer, ne znam da li si Linux korisnik, ali...
Ne.
Previše mi je, Linux je cool, ali nije intuitivan u većini slučajeva. Moraš dosta stvari da se sam informišeš i napraviš, a nema ja to...
Evo, našao sam taj aparat.
Ja ličem.
Podržava, ideš u kurac, 3 gigabit van konekcije, ideš u kurac. Van, znači ima 3 van konekcije, odlično. Ovako. Evo ovako sad napismo ga. I kaže ovako.
Ja ću momci da izvijem neki kurac oproštenju.
Ne, prijatno, svako sluša.
Hvala.
Ne za kurac, nego za obrok. Sam si sebi namesti ovo!
Killers are likely still about. If I can find them, I might learn.
Našao sam taj uređaj, sad da vidimo kako to funkcionira. Jer ja pošto sam dosta star router, 10-15 godina, i meni je glavni ovaj optični internet mi je povezan njihov modem, pa onda ide u router, pa u routeru ovaj komp i onda nisam mogu da imam, router mi ograničava samo 100 megabit ili tako nešto. I onda šta sam ja uradio, ja sam kupio malo kvalitetniji, da li Microtech ili šta već, switch, i onda mi ide, switch mi znači ono prenosi do kompa, tako da je mogu da imam maksimalnu brzinu. Evo sad. Ovo uradim. O, slušalice napunjene, charging complete. Skidamo punjač, to je to.
We have done well.
se ne zanima. Znači, poenta je da kad imam 2 ili 3 konekcije, to je 2 konekcije koje jedna pukne da druga preuzme, to je to.
Pa, tebi ako se zagubi, da kažemo, landline ili ti ova konekcija na žicu, ti ako imaš, na primjer, produkta koji Wi-Fi deli konekciju, tebi će sam sistem da preuzme Wi-Fi konekciju i da se preko njega nakače dalje. Bi tako telo da radi.
Evo to ovo tu, generalno predstavljam.
To kao Switch, šta li to? Na Switch liči.
Pa da, kao neki Switch.
Pa to softverski vjerojatno radi, pretpostavljam. Ne znam kako mu funkcioniše logika, ali dobro.
Vjerovatno spaja 2 konekcije i onda pravi novu kao...
To već ima logika.
Danas nedelja?
Da.
Sve na kurac idem. A ga naravno pa kasnije. Ovdje mi je najpovoljnije. Za 500 dinara 40 gledam. I 500. Daju korpu, naruči, rad mjesto.
S koje firme naučuješ iz domaće?
Ma da.
Ovdje ima Gamebird RS, to je onaj strani brand.
Pa neću uzmem, da li uzmem konju, što čekaj, razlika koliko, za 500, ma isto će, ajde konju ću onda, daju korpu. Tamo već imamo da pusti. Kako sad idem, trebamo smo korpi 1, da kasno. Vidi korpu naplata, aha. Sve podatke su tu. Poslije navedenu adresu. Znači ovako. Marko, poruči. Sve što ste poručili. Radimo screenshot sad. Tako. I da vidimo na mail. Pa da stigla na mail potvrda. Odlično. Save to photos. Lele, šta kad pojačam vidite. Lele, šta kad ja pojačam, brale. Gdje ja stavim ja to, gdje se kalamerija, šta imam ovdje stvari. Ajde u sredu da radim generalno čišćenje ovdje u sobu.
Pa je palo na pamet da zakači router ili switch na opačke da ga zalepi pored plafonjerke.
Nikad čuo, nikad vidio.
Znam da onako estetski vjerojatno bilo vrlo neprivlačno i ružno, ali u suštini pokrivač je tu prostorija, da? I si uređaj ga vide u sobi.
Pa, valjda, da.
Jer obično ga ljudi stave, ne znam, na orman, ispod kućišta,
brate, stavim ga na što i okrenemo antenu za 90 stepeni.
Upravo to, ali kažem, zašto ga niko ne stavi recimo na plafon, gde pokriva komplet prostoriju i tu i sledeću. To je sad ono kao, ne moraš to da uradiš, ali pitam se zašto. Mora da postoji dobar razlog. Što je ružno gledati kablove kako idu po čitavi sobi gore do
Ali ako
plafona.
imaš crijevo u zidu, uštemovano,
A pa ako unapred to napraviš...
protneš kroz crijevo kabel i tamo gdje ti izvedeš ga tamo gdje ti je plafonjerka ili luster, šta god imaš, ali plafonjerka i onda tu izvedeš i ne vidiš. Ili uradiš, na primjer, u zidu kao neko sanduče malo, ili gore na plafonu kao sanduče. Nemam pojma, kao ona, kako se zove, kao tabla bre, ona elektro tabla.
Samo.
I tu unutra ubaciš.
Za plafon.
Da, stavljaju na plafon. Dobro, to kao su neke montažne kuće, ono ovo da stavi na plafon da bi imao mjesto na zid više.
Tačno.
Holy fuck, holy shit.
See some steel you need?
Čujemo se, poj.
Uzdravlje, Marko, prijetno.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Content Deputy. Now normally in a Content Deputy I would dance around in my cop outfit in the woods, but this video isn't going to have any of that fanfare. We're just going to get straight into it. I was hoping that if I made a video about Ethan, he would act like an adult and he would keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa. Unfortunately, I was wrong in thinking that because Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
I don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity, Hassan. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Ethan and Neela are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity the first year of Creator Clash. The second year we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility for that. We did band together. The community and the fighters involved ended up raising $175,000 for charity. It's been really disheartening to see how often Ethan will attack Creator Clash through us or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and Anissa, masters of putting on an event.
He's reposting random troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts and it just hates Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting this post that equates Creator Clash to a crypto rug pull. He's saying the event is going to be worse than TanaCon. Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Hila. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it. Now, with this recent revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous two events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event. Yeah, I mean, I think it had to come to this eventually. I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I mean, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I want to be honest. I was very quiet during the second Creator Clash because I was afraid of how that would impact other people. This year I said I'm going to do something different. I'm going to fight back if someone's trying to attack me. So that's what I did. And now I've realized, like, I can't really have my cake and eat it too. It's either you're going to talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're gonna have a charity event. You know, it really can't be both. I'm very proud of the event that we made with Creator Clash. It's still happening, June 28th. I'm just not gonna be involved in it. Please, for the love of God, support this event. You know, I feel like in some ways I'm like cutting off an arm so that I could escape the bear trap, and so I can fight. Well, that's a bad analogy. You guys get it. We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that this is the best move. If the previous content cop was entertaining to you, or this video is entertaining, or you like the message, the best thing that you can do for me is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser. I just want to see this event do well. You know, I didn't try this shit because I thought I was going to be a good boxer. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer. And, you know, now I'm finally back to where I started, which is making fucking content cop videos. I don't want to make this too ham-fisted, but I kind of do want to make it ham-fisted because I'm like, I spent my last fucking 4 years working on this stupid boxing shit. I mean, it was worth it, absolutely. But, like, it's crazy that I've just returned to content cop. Having said all that, Creator Clash ticket link down in the description. Go check it out, buy tickets, support the charity, support the fighters, and have a good-ass time. I mean, ultimately, I think it's a good thing because I think I am meant to roll around in shit. I think me and Ethan are both meant to be rolling around in pig shit all day long, and other people are meant to do boxing or debating or whatever else. Ethan and me, pig shit rolling around type of fellas.
You underestimate my strength! I've got coach's strength! The will of Allah! I'm in Yahweh! Yahweh!
I think the worst criticisms I labeled at Ethan is that he's a bad boss, a tyrant of a boss. I just implied that he was being taken advantage of by people either in his community or outside of his community, and I called him a bitch-made coward. That was like the summary of personal insults labeled at Ethan. Before Ethan even knew what my video was about, he was already framing me as anti-Semitic.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys. Let's get after it. Israelis have no right to defend themselves, actually. All Israelis are settlers, actually. What is he going to give me, a history lesson now? Is he a historian? Yeah, he just discovered empathy, by the way, and only extends to the point where you're actually talking about Jewish people or Israelis. Then empathy stops and they should all be murdered. Bro's actually out there like Timothy McVeigh. He's running to the closest fucking kindergarten to blow it up. There's a Jew. I heard there's a Jewish.
That's not what Timothy McVeigh did.
They want all you guys to quit and for me to just be like alone, little Jew boy alone.
Like Ethan under a year ago was saying he doesn't use anti-Semitism in that way. He's not a guy to call anything and everything anti-Semitic.
You know, in my whole life, I've never screamed foul on anti-Semitism. I literally have been getting this shit since the second I stepped foot on the internet, and I have never fucking ever done this. Okay, so the people online, they're saying, oh, Ethan's making himself a victim, or Ethan's making everything about anti-Semitism. I've done this once in my life right now.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I mean, I get that he's scared and offended, but this was the whole fucking point of my video, Ethan. I was saying that you shouldn't be doing this. It led to me making this video in the first place. You were triggered by this CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it. That was sloppy, and that was horrendous, and it was horrendous for us. And now you're doing it again.
I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think, I feel like you're gonna get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I got the button.
Like, I know you don't have a problem taking it head on. But I just feel
Of course not, because I know that
you're
whatever-
understandably upset, and I feel like it might be a little.
We wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
You should do it off stream. Because I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. He's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys. I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys.
You attacked us, so I attacked back, and now you're acting surprised and shocked, and you're doing it all on your podcast live. So naturally, you reacting live is you having an emotional reaction and seeing things that honestly are scary.
I just said I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he like? He's actually losing his shit and I just can't believe it, dude.
Did you call him up?
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. Fair weather friends who are so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something
Spineless. Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What's very insane about this content cop is I was thinking about Ethan's feelings so much in that video. I thought about the idea of like how I shouldn't be saying the term Zionist or Zionism in that video, because I was like, he has explained before that that's personally insulting to him and he doesn't like that. You know, regardless of how true it is, I was like, I'm going to think about Ethan's feelings and not mention this. Fast forward to him reacting to my video, he's just outright calling me a fucking Nazi.
Is it a coincidence that Ian really shaved his head just before doing this video and he's holding a swastika one? I mean, we can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that? Well, this is the white savior, Ian, who's just found empathy, unless you're Jewish, of course.
Ethan, people are allowed to shave their head and not be called anti-Semitic. I mean, if you're going to critique his podcast or be pissed off that he personally insulted you, even that is enough to be called anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy. Now, I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword hilt because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally. And he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No,
Yeah,
that's no. I don't actually think that. The chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them.
I picked up a random sword in Hassan's room that was laying around. That could be the end of the discussion. You don't actually need to debate Hassan about the sword hilt.
He lifted it up.
Decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
But I'm not going to delete the photo because that would be indulging in your weird anti-Semitic fantasies.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that?
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real. I was even equating to him having crash out moments in the same way that denims could have crash out moments. I think we're all capable of it, but he was using it in the video to suggest that I was making fun of his mental health.
To my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial, weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help. Dude, I'm not making fun of your mental health. Every example you used was me basically saying that other people are trying to affect you. It's understandable that you're going through this right now, Ethan. We all go through this.
To characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing.
Every fucking example that you tried to smear me with was me actually pointing to something else that could be affecting you. He even brought up the clip of me saying, if you get help. We all need help. Everyone on this planet needs help. I don't care how you get it. You can wander into the jungle and go on an ayahuasca trip. I don't care how you get your help or what you define as help, but if it helps you, that would be good, because right now it doesn't seem like you're getting much help. The main criticism that I was seeing online with my video from Ethan and Hila is that I didn't mention the CPS call.
There's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown,
did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time.
There was not even one mention of CPS.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS
yes.
came to us.
So, like,
without
for a lot of
without even explaining that at least that's the context, it's pretty cowardly.
I wonder why I wouldn't mention the CPS call. Could it be that the CPS call happened the same day that you were shit-talking me? And I didn't have any chance to defend myself. You just immediately, in the same podcast, right next to each other, said, CPS call was very traumatic. And then you said, fuck Ian and Anissa. And you linked those together, you kind of layered those flavors, and then Anissa and I got a bunch of harassment. We had nothing to do with the CPS call. What are all these fucking comments on your Reddit saying, like, it happened because of the CPS call? I don't entirely blame your audience for getting confused, because number one, it's a fucking cult, and number two, you can't even get the timeline straight. So if anyone's watching your dumbass, their brain is also gonna get scrambled.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it. So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. Did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about here? Because I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying, like, if I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them, about Anissa and Ian in that clip.
That's the same clip of
It's all the
when
part of the same
CPS was
clip.
called.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
You completely wiped your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
All I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of, like, hey, this is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever. Like, the bare minimum. It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that, like, started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
This is what I was talking about. You cannot have something terrible happen, be like, yes, let's make some content, and then shit talk your friends about you.
I'm so fired up, I don't even know what to do with myself, which is why I'm crying. On the
I can't.
I don't know if that's a good state to be in live.
That's that. Elon kind of spitting.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
For anyone confused about the timeline, Ethan was talking shit about us on his Instagram before any CPS shit. He was also talking shit about us on his podcast before any CPS visit. On March 7th, CPS visits Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide, let's do our podcast, and let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then
welcome
right
to
next
my
that,
channel.
Right after it, you guys talk about me and Anissa. But you don't just talk about us. You shit.
Znam da si otišao da...
Klopam.
A ja ne
Stigu
volim
mi ključ ili ja?
Dobro.
Da.
Da.
A mogu bi i ti da skineš ključ.
Neću da igram PvP igru, onda ću igram Hand Shodan. Jel kapiraš?
No, to je i PvE i PvP.
To je PvP igra. Onda ti shvataš, da hoću tako nešto igram, igrao bi Hand Shodan, igrao bi Tarkov, igrao bi Counter Strike, Battlefield. Apsolutno 0% kompetitivnog duha u meni ima.
Ili bilo kakvog drugog.
Jedina vrsta takmičarskog duha je to što igramo zajedno i ti ćeš umreti pre nego ja. I onda ću ja da samo neš ni vidjeti moj izraz lica. Ti ćeš se iznijeti što si umro, razumeš, 50 puta, a ja sam znaš kako to da ja nisam, razumeš, u sranju uvijek. Pa jebite, tako. To je ta vrsta takmičarskog duha u meni.
To.
Eto ti.
Pošteno.
Pošteno ili ne. Tako ti.
Ej, dobro ti ta Rosalinda.
Hvala.
Rosalinda. Samo joj još magare fali špil karata i to je to, brate, kugla eventualno.
Da. Proročanske moći. Zabavaj. Roža ciganka. Zamrznite mi mene.
Kako čovječe, ova vatra svuda po ekranu, ništa živo ne vidiš.
Vidiš da mi karakter inače svetli zeleno. To sam stavio da bi odudaralo od svega ostalog. Da mogu bar da vidim gde sam i da li sam zamrznut, spaljen, firovan. Razumeš u kom mi se stanju nalazi karakter. Zato mi je karakter ovako svetlucalo zeleno. To imaš u opcijama da staviš. Ajmo pumpaj to.
Pametno.
Da, tako je kako je.
Fuck, sad dušice. Dolazi dušica s posla, pa me sad, jel te, najavljuje se, mlati me bog te čoveče da mora da idem da cedim opet pravila, sok zove, znaš.
Dobra
sve
stvar.
odradila moje samo jebeno da iscedim, znaš.
Dobra stvar.
Kako nije, pio sam jučer, iscepao sam se čoveče. Super fora.
Mada, kažu da ima koliko bi trebao dnevno da popiješ, preko toga nije kao preporučio, nisam siguran zašto.
Naravno. Ma ja sam 2 ili 3 čaše, nisam bio sad u zonu da popijem.
Litru.
Da. Ali je lepo ispao, baš je lepo ispao. Tako da ću to da završim, bolje mi to naš, sve da završim do 11-12. Ja sam posle ceo dan, brate, free, boli me dupe, neću ni slavim. To uveče sigurno neću ni vidim, tako da odradim, a da. To mi je Vjereš rekao pre 3 dana. Će odradimo, rekao će da uradimo njih pola. Jebi ga, volim da pijem sok, pa ne mogu baš sve na gotovo.
Ili odeš i kupiš Coca-Cola, ko svi normalni Srbi.
Pa imam Ilija sva, evo je pored jebeni Coca-Cola.
Jeste, ali to je čist šećer. Šećer.
Pa, jebi ga.
Coca-Cola je čist šećer, s malo karamela. Ako ti se karamela, onda karamelu lako napraviš sirup. Zapekneš malo šećera sa mlekom i eto ti, ukus karamela.
Ma, zali izbacujem gazirana pića, još malo prelazim samo isključivo na vodu.
Čaj, je dobra stvar.
Naravno, okej, čaj, naravno.
The trees themselves seem to whisper a warning of this place. Long ago, Astaroth's demons ravaged the land and left a bloody wake. Astaroth is gone now.
Još jedan armor set za 15
i
portal za 28, znači 23 poena mi treba da očistim i ovaj premium battle pass. To je to.
Svaka čast.
Dobro, kažem, ne znam, skoro nedelju dana smo igrali od kada izašao ovaj event, to traje 60...
Dobro, ima 53 dana još, jebote sunce.
Pa neću igram 53 dana, ja ću igram drugi stvari, ću igram V-Rising.
Dobro.
Ću igram V-Rising. A ne mogu da sedem da igram V-Rising dok znam da ovo treba da razumeš grindam.
Jel co-op može V-Rising da se igra ili ne?
64 igrača na serveru. Co-op i PvP kako hoćeš. Naprimjer, ja sam igrao samo na co-op serverima. Može da igraš PvP. A to mi je ono pederski, znaš, sad ja uzem igram, ti se uloguješ kad ja nisam tu, dođeš i resturiš mi bazu, ja se ulogu, nemam ništa, kavaši.
Ma, to je pederski, to je glupost.
Ljude to pali, znaš, mene to odra. Ili recimo, ti igraš 50 sati jedan dan odeš,
razumemo
ostaviš
se,
igru
naravno.
paljenu, taj server, jer ko je host, taj server ostavi upaljen server, host, ode da radi nešto drugo. Ti se vratiš, kažem ti, poslije par sati neki tamo magarac koji zna da recimo koristi eksploitove neke, polupati sve, pokraditi. Mislim, možeš ti to sada napraviš, nije problem, ali ono, zašto se sad ja to da radim?
Zašto bi gubio jebeno
To-
vreme ako sam već jebeno
To ti je
vreme
ono što
gubio
zovu, to ti je ono što zovu griefing, razumeš, ili ti uđe u partiju Helldivera i, ne znam, krene da vas ubija. Uzme sampla, baci ih u vodu. Tako, znaš, glupe detinjarije, razumeš, ono, nezrelo ponašanje, takve stvari. Moj kum voli takve stvari da radi, te neke, to je kao taj low level terorizam, ono, na primitivnom nivou, pećinskom. Mene to joga, zato...
Ma razumem svašta. Ništa, stigla mi dušica, ajde, ja ću to sad s njom da
Čujemo
idem da
se
završim, šta
malo
ima
kasnije.
i dolazim poslije pa ćemo da igramo. Šta god imamo, više opcije što se kaže.
Da, ajde Slavko, pozdrav.
Talk us, and you imply that we're friends with people who are doing this, who are the ones who are harassing you.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
Like
that?
random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said
So
they're
who called
primary responsible for
CPS?
harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Neela's defense because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Neela. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health, he was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
And now Ela has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it?
Yeah, I'm trying to...
Because I'm not trying to get it.
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And meanwhile, he is covered in viscous, low viscosity diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
So of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denim's and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan and saying, wow, this is concerning.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services.
The problem with this CPS thing is that Ethan has proven to be a manipulative piece of shit. So when he calls on me to defend him, what the fuck am I meant to do? I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No, it's
selected.
this, I think when you full screen it, no, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged there.
Oh, really?
Over the screen, yeah.
They're different, I think.
Yeah. It's not timed, it's not timed the same way.
But it sounds like based on this clip, you knew that it was bullshit and you just went with it anyway. Ethan Klein uses this very deceptively edited video that is just like doing this smooth scroll to make it seem like that's all of Denham's chat. But that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it, he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses,
Reading the chat, co-signing
it's very,
it.
very, very dangerous.
Now pay attention to her
He
chat.
doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like...
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility. It's just so bizarre that Ethan would expect Anise and I to make a statement when Denham's herself already made a statement about it and said that she does not condone calling CPS.
So we're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times, or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you're that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. It's part of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience, is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
Ethan was just sharing his thoughts. What we were thinking, we were speculating.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
We were speculating.
Oh,
and now Ela has Giardia.
Shut.
Be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
Really? How many siblings do you have? I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about it.
On top of Ethan characterizing me and my wife as anti-Semitic, he also takes a dig at my tattoos.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like, literally, my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of Awful Taste but Great Execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with, because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things? We can. I'll give you that option. Ethan also talks about the potential CTE that I might have after boxing.
Yeah.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting if there was some explanation, at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
Yeah, what if we we'll both do 25 at once?
25 each?
Oh my goodness.
Great form by both.
Really nice. They must work out.
Also, why are you talking about CTE at all? Like, you've continually illustrated that you can't keep track of anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast where we're expressing sympathy for him and Ela was the impetus for him talking shit about us. I much prefer boxing-induced CTE than harassment-induced CTE. Ethan acts like we're such great friends and that like he shared such intimate moments with me. But it's all horseshit. He's lying. Like, the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
You guys were buddies for a long time.
He texted me like one time, like, hey, dude, we should talk this out. And I was like, I don't feel like having this conversation right now. That's it. So Ian kept trying to get me on the phone or text with me. And I told him, dude, honestly, I don't feel like having this conversation right now.
Okay.
Fair, right? I just didn't want to do it. Okay?
Just in that particular moment,
and then
or like at all?
Well, it turns out I didn't want to talk to him at all.
Okay.
If the relationship was that close, you would have talked to me on the phone. You wouldn't have shit-talked me. You would be curious where my brain was at and where I was coming from. There's this moment in the content cop where I'm trying to give an example of the cycle of harassment. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Ethan and Eli act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands. When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head, and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And be
pedophile. Pirate Software was like weird about it. It's like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious. And he looks like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
That is the back and forth I'm describing. You might have thought we were just saying that Ian and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what?
Ooga booga.
Take it that way.
Welcome to
Our
my
POV
channel.
is like, fuck everybody.
Alum
and
loim
I don't wanna hear
alum
any
mulim
excuses.
rambo jati
You're not my
volim.
friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
Well, you might have thought.
Sad slušam vest. Hvala Boris.
Ooga booga. Welcome to my channel.
To je to. Radi. Moj kum je također fasciniran indijskim naratom. Možeš li ti to da staviš ako ti baš interesuje?
Pa imao sam te, dao sam.
Da, ali ona imaš britanski i engleski, oni su vrlo jednostavni. Ja sam, ne znam zašto sam našao, čak i korejski zabavan, a ovaj indijski je nešto posebno.
Po rođenju retardi. Da imam, nema nikog.
Gdje je Slavko?
Jovan Novik.
Da, pa ode da kuva sok od Zove. Sok od Zove.
Sok od Rakije.
Ne. Ništa tako agresivno. Sok od Zove.
Čovjek koji izvodni profesor ima 3 i baca majmuna na sto, ne bi me čudilo da kuva sok.
Ne bi da branim profesora, profesor je goveda. Neću reći koji, ali zna on.
Taktički sirus postupio. Josipović bio. U Stalter Sporku ubili bossa. Ja sam šunjam kroz kukuruz. Lik me ispenira, ali nije me ubio, ali ispenira me sa vatrenom municijom, pištoljem.
Zapali.
Ja ga naduvam da se sačmrvi. Zapalim ga i čekam i po 20 sekundi dolazim u Jortak, ali Jortak me nije vidio uopšte i njega isto puknem metak sačmrvi, razvalim ga. I onda odem u onu desnu kućicu od shelter porta, ako znaš, ono što možda pretrčiš preko krova.
A ona šupa iza glavne one
Prema izlazu,
zgrade,
tamo,
da.
ono, možda pretrčiš preko krova.
Da.
Odem tamo i zakucim da je ceo server dosta tu i ovi što su na zelenoj kotili uzeli bampi. A jedan skroz desno prema izlazu ovog snim, krenem se napucavam, a pali mi 2 čanka. A levo ovdje koliko hoćeš ljudi.
Ne znam kako se napucavaš da ima long gun, ubio bi te iz metka. Sa 100 kg.
Nismo se pogodili što smo se napucavali i onda sam mu se ponudio, pošto je daleko od mene, 50-60 metara. Ponudio sam mu se da me roka da se self-revive-ujem sa full health-om. Razumeš?
Da.
I on tu kad je mene rokno, ja se dignem, a ovi iz compounda ga nekog je sapio i ubio. I onda sam malo čutao i smrdeo i onda ovi drugi kad su došli s bountijem sa zelenih očiju njih sam obojicu rokno, sa Sparksom. I ovi iznutra mi pobegli, nisam mogli znači 10 sekundi sam bezali, nisam mogli reći ono.
Fino. Si li ti gledao juče ono kad si natrčao na onu dvojicu u šumi?
Da?
To katastrofa bilo. Katastrofa. Ni dvojica te vide, hode jedan pred drugoga i nijedan ne može da nije te pogodi. Katastrofa. Ne govorim o tebi nego s njihove strane.
Pa pogodio me onaj drugi, ali nije me ubio.
Reakcija... Nula reakcija. Ili one dvojice kod one kočije tamo. Ti si bio tamo u šumi, tamo kad si bio pored onoga... Mob baterije čini mi se da je bio.
A, ne, pored...
Nisi.
To je Speed Bella.
Ne, bio si pored mob baterija, sa donje strane bio supply wagon, ako se dobro sećam.
Speed Bella.
Aj, dobro, bude. Uglavnom, ti si tamo se borio s kerovima, došao ti emulator, došao ti armored, kerte, ne znam, krenate glođe, ti si izvadio dvocevku, opalio, to se čuje na 100 metara, 200 se čuje kad neka opali dvocevku. Ovi likovi su se tuda vjerojatno vukli okolo naokolo, a mogu da te nisu čuli. Ti si otišao da se pohilaš i da uzmeš municiju od onog kjera što si potrošio i lik naiđe, lagano prolazi pre tebe kao pre tuskog groba.
Da, tog prvog sam ubio, a oni drugi me ubio, sam se revival pa sam mu jedu mačku prosto.
Drugi te pucao aperkatom koji je najsporiji od svih revolvera. Ako ne headshotuješ čovjeka sa aperkatom, drugi metak nešto da opališ. Da ima bukvalno bilo koji revolver mogu te sreti.
Da, Spark me ubio. I pošto me bombo, bacili smo jedan na drugog, smo bacili bombu me napravo ostavilo me na prije.
Ja ne mogu da skontam da li tebe oštetila tvoja granata ili njegov dinamski.
I on je bacio
Nas totalno konfuzan fight.
Ja sam bacio frag preko kotije, pukiću motno jedno desno.
Da.
Ohoho.
Call of Duty.
Stigo je Exeras.
Zdravo, Drakoštin.
Exeras.
Kako si?
Alo, Exeras.
Nisam teo ti prekidam gameplay, ali ono mi je bilo previše smešno Drako da ne bi posle.
Moj Milane. Kako rupa od Exera zaceliva?
Vupa u glavi, vupa u zid. Vupa.
Vupa. Ili ima neka vupa?
Ima tu neka vupa.
Ima neka vupa.
Kada Slavko dobije ključ za Ark Riders, kako se zove, ali ja sam rekao da je to...
Pa dao i meni Milkiša sinoć ključ, ma brate, evo ti dok registrujem ključ prokrvari. Klikni ovdje, registruj se, overi mail, sad da se preusmeri na Steam, ma popis si mi kurac, bre, sam sam Steam.
A to ti je looter shooter, slično kao Tarkov ili ove igre da ti ideš okolo i skupljaš otpad u inventar.
A inventar je original Tarkovlik.
Nema to veze, pa nije Tarkov izmislio toplu vodu, bilo je igara pre Tarkova, Stalker ti isto ima inventar.
Tarkov posebno mesto mržnje u mom srcu ima
Znam, ali ima ti Stalker inventar isto sa onim slotovima i nosiš kobasice, akumulatore, kutije s municijom, lekove, artefakte. U Stalkeru sve to ima.
Sad će mi to kad ih imam na Game Passu da će tako htio. Da, i to baš mene, to baš te za tip Dodi i Domogi, Dodi, Mobi me ne interesuje.
Ko ćeš malware, slobodno idi tamo. Da skinem Killing Floor 2.
Stvarno imaš Killing Floor 2, ja nisam znao da ti imaš Killing Floor 2. Ko da nikad nismo igrali zajedno davno.
Ja sam ga igrao pre nekih mjesec dana, nikoga ne igrao.
Na kompjuteru?
Ne, hvala brate.
To kaži!
70 gigabajta ne.
Ne kažeš pojam, pa je. Jesi ga upalio zadnji put? Upalio nikad.
Ja, jes, odigrao sam jedan meč. Dovoljno.
Znači igra već. Kod 3 kurčina.
Joj, krstani. Krstani, hoj. Vidio, kurac, Ragnarok. Stavim ovdje.
Go, Johnny, go.
Johnny, si ti Ronin.
Ronini. Geronimo.
Geronimo. Oblivion. Idi, čekaj.
Where are we, Ronin?
Ronine. Alo, Ronine.
Ima tu neki Ronin?
Alo, Ronine. Ovo je remaster, alo. A nisu. Vidim baš koliko mi nudi da skidaju.
Took it as is Ian and Neil are TikToking us. They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment, and now all their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop. So yes, that is what the cycle of harassment looks like.
Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
You might think that all of the harassment you're getting has everything to do with your politics and your idea of Israel-Palestine, but a lot of my gripes were centered around you dragging me into your shit. You know, you knew that you were going through a lot, and you were saying, I'm hurting, I'm now going to make them hurt because they're not putting their head on the chopping block. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me, they're not Anissa, it's not Hassan, it's not all these other creators that you're attacking. You're not the biggest victim on the internet either. Other people can experience a horrible fucking time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of content, a lot of things that you care about from these beefs and from this harassment. There are a lot of people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
The shit he said and posted about Frogan over the past years is like insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on, it's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
he was
not.
very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan and Neela constantly victimizing themselves, I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Neela's defense, Ethan took that to heart and he started to make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, you know, sucking it up and taking it on himself, he decided to imply that Lena is going to have a problem with it.
A lot of this has ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose, like, she would have to pay back like $25,000 or something like insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's been working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here,
you bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, like, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Neela will victimize themselves every chance they get. But when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her, P.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do. You didn't have to badmouth me on your podcast. That was a choice that you made.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
Oh, the organizers of this event are not jumping to my defense? All right, well, maybe instead of shit-talking them, maybe I should zip it.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her. By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
But you're just lobbing it to me and Anissa. I'm lobbing it back to you. You're the one who brought it up. If you lob it back to me and you say, well, I didn't have your back publicly. Well, fuck you. I'm going to lob it back and say, you're being irresponsible on your podcast. And you're not taking any accountability for the shit you're putting out online. I think that's going to do it for this video. There's a lot more that I can share, but I'll save that for the future. And in closing, I will reiterate so that, you know, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all the fighters get what they wanted out of it. I'm sorry that I'm such a fucking nasty person who just wants to roll around in the shit. I'll put the link to Creator Clash down in the description if you want to support them in their mission to get creators to fight and raise money for charity. You can do that down there. I will be doing that on my own. I hope you guys have a good time. Also, for all the people who touch grass, I want to remind you to click the like button on this video. Not so it goes in your algorithm or anything, just specifically so that we can add a counter narrative, or I can get an idea of how much astroturfing is out there. Because I know that a lot of these fuckers, they love their dislike button extensions. And I saw that shit and I was like, what the fuck? These are all like fabricated numbers. The like-dislike ratio was like 80-20 on my video, and then they tried to create a narrative like, no, people actually hate this content cop, guys. It's actually so much worse. Like, bitch, like, people were more upset with, like, my wife being on OnlyFans. You're not gonna convince the internet that fucking Ethan Klein isn't being a piece of shit. Like, sorry, guys. It doesn't matter how many dislike extensions you have.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi, okay? Yeah, fuck you guys too, okay? How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
It's blatantly and obviously fucking disingenuous. This shit blew my fucking mind. Like, this is fucking insane. And, like, dangerous. He is going out of his way to slander you as a neo-Nazi. Like, that can get you hurt.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Sad si došao. Evo došao Milan, sad si došao. Došao onaj moj
Miljan.
Lovčinački stižan došao. Milane, koliko para tražiš da kumu oboriš barijak u Gorici?
Oho. Sad možeš, sad nema niko kući kod njega. To možeš odmah. Da. Da, ono što se on kune.
I šta ima sa karticama?
Ima ona lepa slika nacrtana.
I šta sad? Kupit ću 90 jatre, Kupit 40-90 jatre,
Nema za ono ovo. Čak i ako je lošije.
Ako je ne kupiš sad, život.
Zašto ljudi dalje voze Porsche 911 iako imaš novih automobila?
Tako što je brzi.
Jeste, je brz, pouzdan. Da, zašto se vozi Golf, imaš automobil koji su proizvedeni ove godine.
I ti malo, ti to.
Probao sam mleko da skuvam, nešto nije bilo u redu s mlekom, samo sam digao ruku.
A imao si...
Šta je s mlekom?
Evo ti banane.
Pa jeste tebe?
Usjedila sam... Stala je jučer cijeli dan i noć. A imao si u frižiderno, nema veze.
Probao sam, ja ga stavio, vidim odvaja se gore ona tečnost. Ja odaspijem, ono dolje se napravio kao sir.
Da, ali imao si u šerpicu u frižideru. Nema veze, pojedi to, ispodiš ti posle jaja i...
Dobro, hvala.
Tako je.
Sve tako kako kažeš.
Ćemo da idemo da prodam i da se ti pisač. Jeli se.
So, you're isolated from the people that make the game that you love and the community that you're in. You're isolated from them. This is my circumstance. You're isolated from them. They copyright claim one of your videos. Their own subreddit removes all your posts. Prominent YouTubers in their, like a prominent YouTuber in their space, fucks you over. A lot of the community doesn't like your type of videos because they're not gameplay, they're creative and thought-provoking, discussing. different issues and trying to come up with solutions instead of complaining. You don't get a lot of views. Your growth is very slow, steady, but very slow. And you end up losing money on the investment and a lot of time, and it physically hurts you to make those videos entirely by yourself. What do? I kept increasing the scope of everything I was working on. I kept telling myself, if I keep working hard enough and coming up with more unique and creative things, it'll pay off for me. I will feel more welcomed in the community. Other YouTubers will finally want to collaborate with me when I reach out and they just don't respond or tell me no. People will stop acting like I'm the worst person ever because I have a different opinion than them.
Ja ne mogu da verujem.
But no, it just gets worse and worse and worse. The company that makes the game removes the lore. They remove all the content that you love in the game. They waste millions of dollars on a crossover with people that have nothing to do with the game to begin with. The heart of the game. They make it more Call of Duty-fied and you no longer even enjoy the gameplay much. So you focus on the artistic aspect and they remove the artistic aspects of the game. It's clear that regardless of the direction that Crytek has for Hunt, it is not a direction that includes me. They want people that just post gameplay videos every day. The consistent gameplay slop and nothing else. They don't support artists, they don't support creatives, and they don't support me. Maybe one day they'll add a single content creator friendly tool to the game, whether it be custom lobbies, free roam mode, which we used to have, the HUD removal feature, which we used to have. Any of these things so that I can finally go back and continue exploring Hunt, my favorite series I've ever made, where I got to showcase all of the environmental storytelling that your wonderful artists put into your game with their heart and their soul to make a world that we get to hunt in. And maybe one day you'll add those tools and I'll come back and I'll make more stuff. And until then, I am tired of being the punching bag. I don't have it in me anymore. I'm not welcome here, and I shouldn't be here. So I'm ceasing all production on Hunter's Lodge. And it breaks my heart. I didn't want to make this video. I just wanted to make my community post and be done with it, but then I realized so many of you weren't going to see the video. So, yeah. I'm done. Because I'm still proud of them, even though I don't deserve to show you unfinished content, I'm gonna put 2 videos at the end of this video. It was a video I had talking about the removal of revive bolts, and a video talking about the lore of the Deadly Twins. and I'll put the unfinished videos at the end of this just so you can see them if you'd like. And I would also, if you give me a moment, I'd like to talk about 2 projects I was working on with some awesome people in the background so that you can be aware of them. I'm not going to give you all of the details because I might still end up working on these in the future, but basically, in the background, I've been working on 2 of the largest projects I've ever done in my life. One of them was going to be called the Summer Hunt Games. It was going to be a contest with anybody available to enter in the shooting range, involving a speed test, involving a series of different tests for each person to record with recording their footage, while me and another judge view them, commentate over it like it's a full-on sports event. And it was going to be so much fun. We were going to have instructional videos telling people how to go about their contest day, how to prepare, the rules, and it was going to be awesome, and I was going to put more money into that. Just like I did with my community month for my banner contest, where I offered artists the ability to make a banner for Hunter's Lodge, and the winner got $200 out of my pocket. It was going to be another $200 out of my pocket situation with the winner of that contest. It was going to be a lot of fun. And then the second project, this one I'm very proud of. I was building several teams of volunteers in the background, as well as trying to commission several artists with hundreds of my own dollars to essentially make a pseudo-fake event for Hunter. We were going to have a huge focus on the lore. We had, I assembled a lore team where we were all writing lore for this fake event. We were going to make a website for this event. And it was going to be this incredible story-driven experience. We were going to create so many different gameplay mechanics to introduce. It was going to be, while being a fake event, the idea of it was going to be the coolest fucking thing ever, with new hunters and new guns, along with in-game model art, along with full-on hunter art, with multiple artist depictions of what these hunters would look like. We were going to bring back a ton of weather events from hunts past. It was going to be an actual celebration of hunts history and growth, all coalescing in this massive storyline, bringing back tons of hunters to this incredible event with a website to display all of the lore, all the art, all the ideas, and a trailer for the fake event that I was going to make myself. And these were just some of the projects that I was working on in the background in this game I love so much. That a game where I don't feel welcome by the people who make the game or the community that surrounds it. I'm heartbroken, but there's nothing I can do to change anything. So, if you ever supported the Lodge, or watched any of the videos, listened to any of the podcasts on your way to work, while you were driving, while you were doing your homework, working out, whatever. If you ever commented on one of my videos, even if it was a negative comment, I can't thank you enough. You made my life better. I have never been more proud of something than I have of this channel in my entire life. I told my family about this channel. I showed my mom your comments. My own mama. I showed her your comments. This woman that knows barely anything about games, nothing about Hunt at all. She bought me a Hunt Showdown shirt for Christmas because she was so proud of my channel. She wanted to see more of your comments. She would watch a few of my videos not knowing what the hell I was talking about. But that is a connection with my mother that I didn't have in my life, that I have because of you guys. So, thank you. I'll tell you a little story before I sign off. My dad got his leg amputated, and I left work early. I got written up for that to go see him before visiting hours ended. And I went there, and we were just talking, we were shooting the shit, talking about whatever, with my mom there as well. And one of my videos had recently popped off, gotten like 4,000 views, and I was showing him the comments. In his hospital bed, I was so happy to show him that thing that I was working on. And he was happy for me too. He told me, like, Zach, you touch people. That's really cool. People feel like you made a difference in their lives with the things you make. And that is an experience that will never leave me to this day. So, from the bottom of my heart, Hunters, thank you for being a part of this over a year-long journey at Hunter's Lodge. It's not goodbye forever. One day, things may change. The game may get back to its roots, things that made it incredible. The creators of the game might make content creator-friendly tools, or actually support the artists and the creators that strive to stand out from the crowd and make something else. Maybe one day, the community will have some different sentiments and things will change. But until then, thank you for everything. I can't thank you enough. You were a godsend, an angel in my life, and a true blessing to have in my lodge. Stay blessed. Howdy, Hunters. Today I will be regaling you the tale of the bloodthirsty twins. A pact forged in blood. Two sisters, their fates changed forever, and their stories yet unwritten. There are worse tales in Hunt Showdown, and deep within the lore there are horrible things yet untold, but I have a very strong feeling toward this story, and I think you might too. So enjoy yourself as I regale you of the tale, and subscribe for more. The 1800s, a brutal century in the States. Crime is rampant as those trapped in the desert towns of the country struggle to make a living and survive. Here in Louisiana, two sisters toil over their forge, their hammers striking the molten metal, shaping thoughts into reality with each swing. Their young hands already calloused from years of tutelage from their uncle and father figure who taught them the ways of smithing. The twins had worked another day's labor and were ready to rest. They wiped their hands of rust and soot, headed to their kitchen, headed with food and rest on their minds. Until suddenly, the Lord turned the other way. In front of them, unknowing of their presence, was a tall, grisly figure, attempting to catch his breath as he stood bloodied over his prey. The girls locked eyes with the mangled corpse of their uncle, the man who'd been their father for years. His head split in two with an axe. Blood and matter spread clear up the wall. This figure, fury in his eyes, hadn't caught their gaze yet. The girls did not think. Whether it was years of hardship, the loss of their parents, weeks of endless labors toiling over a stoked blaze, shaping weapons and tools, whatever the reason, their hearts had long been cold. Retreating to their forgery, each sister grabbed a weapon of choice. Joe's readied herself a sledgehammer, and Finn grabbed her uncle's crossbow off the wall, fixing an arrow she made herself that very day. The twins took to the shadows of their house, their storied home turf, lurking where sight would fail most perceptive of men. They encircled the man who'd laid waste to their father, still heaving for air, his previous struggle showing as he leaned against his axe, gaining his composure. As it happened, both sisters called out the only question on their minds at the same damn time. The only thought the two of them could muster between the confusion, the anger, and their objective. What is your name? The man caught off guard blinked himself aware and with a rough wooden voice sealed his fate. William Derrick. A blood pact was forged between these sisters when Joseph's sledgehammer splintered William's spine and Finn placed her arrow square between his eyes. Before them lay their only family left in this cruel world, his blood now joined by his murderers, staining the cold stone floor a crimson red. The sisters spoke no words for days. They spent the entire evening into the morning cleaning the blood off the stone. Once they'd cleaned the mess, they hucked both bodies into the fire at their forge, and forged 2 knives together to symbolize their pact. A knife for each twin, which they would hold for their entire lives, forged over the burning logs of their family tree. The twins buried their minds in their work, only allowing themselves to remember their uncle with a shot of his whiskey every night, till the bottle ran dry, thus ending their mourning. Dutiful is the work of one with nothing left to distract them after all. With no family, and nothing to their name but their uncle's blacksmithery, they dedicated themselves to their forge. The local lawman paid them no mind, his cursory investigation revealing that their actions were self-defense. A crime of passion in defense of their uncle. No charges to be filed. Video games have existed since the creation of Tennis for Two by William Higginbottom in the year 1958. And 2 decades later, the first online multiplayer game, Multi-User Dungeon, hit dial-up like a storm in 1978. Since the inception of multiplayer connectivity in video games, our concerns have brushed well beyond the issue of bandwidth, peer-to-peer stability, and the availability of an expensive personal computer in your home. Nowadays, the main concern of these avid multiplayer gamers is the issue of balance. A concept as old as time. 2 objects of equal weight on opposite sides of a suspended board, holding it completely still with a precise distribution of weight. This is balance in the literal scientific sense, but for gamers it takes on a much more broad definition. For us, balance is how much true damage a dare assault needs to do for it to be considered fair. Balance is which guns are blessed with the coveted one-shot kill to the body in any tactical shooter. Balance is how much card advantage one can amass in a card game, or how cheap an item is to purchase from the shop, or how far attackers spawn from defenders, or how much money Matsumosa makes if he can actually spawn near fucking desert tiles and not a goddamn rainforest every time like when I play. True balance is probably impossible. For a truly balanced game, every character at your disposal would need to be essentially the same character numbers-wise as everybody else. This would just be boring. The original Street Fighter was boring. Everybody was just Ryu and it sucked. If your characters look different, or your weapons all look different, but fundamentally function the exact same, this might be balance, yes, but it's not exciting. You've already seen everything your enemies can do by using your own kit in the lobby before you get to them. So we keep things unique and different instead. We can't achieve true balance, but we can try to get damn near close. But what is a developer to do when something becomes unbalanced? Well, you nerf it into the ground. You take the high damage numbers and you lower them. You take the low cooldowns and you increase them. You strip away the strengths of something, and typically you try to compensate in other areas so it doesn't become completely useless compared to the competition. Or in the case of Crytek, you could take the Hunt Showdown route and completely remove it from the game. As of March 26th, revive bolts have been permanently removed from Hunt Showdown for the foreseeable future. They've described the decision as difficult, one that they did not want to make. The player base at large has been celebrating since then, but I've just been sad. I've unironically reached to go put revive bolts on a hand crossbow at least 4 times just to remember that they're gone and get sad. Other games like League of Legends are no stranger to removing items. Dozens have been tossed in the abyss over the years. It's never off the table for something to be removed from League of Legends. But for a game like Hunt, this is unprecedented. Every time something has been a fundamental issue in Hunt, it was tweaked. It was nerfed.
Dobro već.
Sad se javljaš ti kad si tu već.
Išao sam da prošetam do prodavnice.
Vratio se.
Vratio sam se.
Otišao bre da pišem i da kažem dobro već.
Vratio sam se.
Vratio se.
O, desi mi Mijelane, kako ti Mijelane? Mijelan. Jesi ti naš drug Mijelan? A, Milan. Milan. A. Bunker. Bunker.
Get out of here, stalker.
Gledaj, pikuje me kad pikujem levo, jebem ti tajming, jebem. Puh! Jebem materi.
Сериал создан по мотивам реальных событий. Отдельные персонажи, имена, названия, инциденты, локации и факты придуманы с драматическими целями. Любое сходство с именами, характерами или историей кого бы то ни было непреднамеренно и случайно.
Спустя год плотных ивентов, Хант сейчас напоминает тихое болото. Складывается ощущение, что в игре абсолютно ничего не происходит. Настолько ничего, что аж главный партнер стал перезаливать свои старые ролики с новым взглядом. За год ивентов мы привыкли к тому, что игра перетекает из одного ивента в другой, и поэтому сейчас ванильный Хант ощущается как-то максимально скучно, что ли. Нового контента по игре, кроме нарезок хантов, не выходит, а если и выходит, то в большей степени это...
пятикратно переваренный кал.
Онлайн игры потихонечку начинает проседать. И если верить Steam Charts'у, то цифра это достаточно серьезная. И в Prime Ханта можно увидеть 15-16 тысяч игроков, с которыми в большей степени ты попадаешься из катки в катку. Ну, с другой стороны, так и стрим снайпить проще, ведь да? Да и онлайн этот состоит из задротов этой игры или стримаков, у которых основные просмотры как раз таки с Ханта. Не выходят новые патчи. Разработчики даже перестали вести достаточно агрессивную монетизацию своего проекта, пачками продавая DLC. В общем, в Ханте сейчас не происходит ничего. Поэтому, на мой взгляд, самое время порассуждать о том, в какую сторону движется Хант, да на что настроены крайтеки. Ведь, судя по последней информации от разрабов, в этом году такой вот неспешный темп крайтеки планируют поддерживать на длинной дистанции. В связи с чем, сегодня мы с вами порассуждаем о грядущих изменениях, об игре и ее балансе в целом. Но, как всегда, перед тем, как мы начнем, с вас что-нибудь поражать этому ролику, не забывайте оставить свое мнение в комментариях, да обязательно поделиться этим роликом с друзьями. Погнали! О том, что отсутствие ивентов может стать для Ханта причиной просадки онлайна, я говорил уже в ролике про итоги цикла Пост Малона, рассуждая о том, что большую часть онлайна дают именно ивенты с их уникальными событиями, да батл пассы, которые требуют какого-то времени для того, чтобы их закрыть. Сейчас же, когда ивента нет уже больше месяца, в игре остались только отъявленные негодяи на ХММР, да максимально преданные фанаты этой игры, которые получают от нее удовольствие. И самый маленький процент — это новые игроки, которые залетели по скидке. Итогом такого лобби становятся одни и те же игроки в каждой катке. Нет, серьезно, 2 катки подряд я могу встретить одну и ту же команду. Все зависит только от тайминга. Оказались мы в лобби и прожались в один момент или нет. Этим активно пользуются некоторые деятели, которые любят поснайпить стримеров, да сделать из этого контента. Особенно хорошо такое лобби можно просматривать в схватке за награду. Раньше, залетая в схватку, ты почти всегда видишь фулл лобби бесплатных охотников, которые заходят сюда пофаниться. Сейчас же люди залетают сюда заряженными охотниками, и складывается впечатление, что играют они там на мать, стараясь не совершать ошибок и выигрывать матчи любой ценой. И выводы из этого я сделаю следующие. Играть сейчас в ванильный Хант с поиском босса достаточно скучно и нудно. Напомню, лобаки сейчас максимально душные, поэтому если основная критичная масса играет, то в схватку за награду, заряжаясь по полной. Ну почему бы и нет. Закуп плюс-минус тот же. Все на одной локе. Катка длится 15 минут. Вполне достаточно поиграть пару часов, чтобы насытиться основным контентом ханта, а именно PvP, и со спокойной душой пойти играть в танки. Ладно, хотя бы этот режим у нас сейчас проскакивает с пятницы в воскресенье. Но все же, некоторым достаточно и этого. И все остатки онлайна ханта делятся на два режима. И в лобби вы играете с одними и теми же людьми. И поверьте, это отъявленные негодяи. Блять, нихуя мне накидали.
Бля, я хилюсь.
Давай.
Не, могу поднять. Можешь рукой дернуть?
Не-не.
Я поднимаю.
Они на меня смотрят, да-да-да, они прям на мне.
Там кисочек каждый на тебе. 3,
там
2,
парники.
1. Встаешь.
А шприца не будет у вас?
Okay.
Будет.
А можно?
Да.
Да, там с парников ебать типа раздает.
Тебе? Или это кисочек?
Как такая, Валек? Ой, Юр. Поиграет.
Видишь, он тусуется. Выйду, попробую сбоку крутануть. Да, он не убил. Здесь. Олег, ой, сочка с другой стороны там душит. Минус.
Да, он течет. Блять.
Минус. Бля, там еще. Там люди уже подсосались. Упс.
Out the back. That's why I saw you. Tag them. Still one there. Nice. Oh, nice. At the corner here. Over there. Just run out. Oh my god. One's on me. Close at this window. Yeah. That's right on me. On your right.
Минус Олег.
Не, живой.
Да, он не убил вот здесь, за забором. Перезаряд.
Минус.
Хорош, лучший.
За забором еще есть.
Одну я дал, античет, бежала в
Там
горку лес.
карабина 145 обратно.
polizia! Oh! Oh no!
Come on, Orange, play.
Имбецил!
Прокид какой-то.
Течет?
Да, ему плохо. Блять, со всех сторон. Блять, не, сори, я встал под балик.
Гоняю жуком. Ага, и вот здесь еще один. Сейчас жукаем там. Дал, он ко мне.
Да, там слева на мне сидел.
Он убегает.
Ты сможешь поднять, скорее всего.
Да, я рисую.
Хорош.
А я греет.
Карабиновый пацан, по-моему, если не ошибаюсь. Вот там. Я ваншот для него. Последний, да, я так понимаю?
В упоре у меня, ага. Убегает, дал шот. Еще дал.
Не вижу его. Хорош. Хорош. Лучший.
Легенда.
ГГ.
GG. А он с девочками в пати играет, это вообще прикол. Знал, Юра?
С девочками играет?
Да, у него модерша девочка, она с ним в ПКД играет. У нее ник Queen.
Хорошо, что я записывал эту катку.
Реально?
Да.
Осталось понять, в каком скине он бегал.
Ой, я хер знает. Короче, я могу сказать, что он меня нокал. А, нет, ваш напарник, не, он меня не нокал. Нет, я не имею ничего против ванильного ханта, но когда по откату начинаешь видеть одни и те же лица в лобби, невольно начинаешь думать, что тут уже никто не играет. И кажется, пора отсюда валить в условный PUBG, Apex, CS, там ведь такого нет. Поэтому, на мой взгляд, перерывы больше месяца между ивентами делать не стоит. Можно поддерживать онлайн проходными событиями с батл-пассами, делая крупное событие пару-тройку раз в полгода. Так и работать над проектом можно будет в достаточно нормальном темпе, ну и выпускать сырые обновы вполне возможно будут реже. С одной стороны, что крайтеки решили все-таки признать свои ошибки и начать исправлять их, не может не радовать. Кто-то наныл на меню, кто-то наныл на нерв глушителей. Все основные хотелки комьюнити разработчики пытаются учесть. Но тут назревает вопрос про два стула. На одном стуле одобрение ноющей части комьюнити, которым все не так и все не то, и которые заходят в игру от раза к разу. С другой стороны, одобрение комьюнити, которое продолжает играть в проект несмотря ни на что. Как вы думаете, комьюнити...
Zapravo, i bio sam na tvom kanalu što je nečvar. Vem šta da se kidaš, jednostavno... Pa je...
To, brate, mene imponuje, razumeš? Kad ja lomim
Ma kak?
Jebe im mamu, pičku svima.
Ma jak?
Jebem li vam mamu?
Ja. O, zdravo Melkić, gde si? Otkud ti?
Da, album gleda. Igra neku igru što je napravio samo jedan čovjek.
Je to onaj Schedule 1?
Ne, Conquest Dark.
Conquest Duck?
Dark.
Ne znam šta je to, to je šuter,
Pa
istraživanje.
to ti oni LSD vampiri na taj fazon.
To ti je Bullet Hell.
Conquest Dark, tako se zove.
To ti
I
je
on
Bullet
je
Hell.
napravio naš čovjek ili stranac?
Ne znam, piše samo this game was made by one
Pa da
guy.
jedan čovjek, nego pitam da li je naš čovjek ili...
Ne.
Pa naš je čovjek Dracula, ljudsko je biće, ako si na to mislio, nije sa druge planete čovjek.
Ne znam. Ima je na Steam.
A znaš li koju su igru napravili ovi iz Srbije? Relativno poznatu. Onaj... Under... Ne. Kako se zove ono... Under... Rail.
10 evra je igra. Very pozitiv.
Conquest, samo da vidim. Kako se... Conquest Dark?
Dark. Conquest Dark.
Da, vidim. Conquest Dark je... Piše da je kao ARPG. Tako ga oni deklariš.
Pa kako? Ideš u krug i pucaš ovo.
Ima 579 reviewova. Ovo ti je early access, što će reći da... Da vidim. Ima ovdje da se vidi ovaj grafikon. Nemaš grafikon, interesantno. 560 pozitivnih, 42 negativne. To je nešto bih ja igrao na taj fazon, da. Na ovaj fazon. Da. Doduše, nije završena, znaš, ovo ti baš, ono, vidi se da ima stvari. Radi bih igrao onaj Tower of Babel, onaj kineski. Ima free demo da se igra na Steamu.
Kako se zove?
Tower of Babel. Imaš da probaš demo.
Aha, evo ga, Survivors of Chaos.
Da. Ja igrao, znaš kako se igrao sam je 30 sati. Free verziju, demo. Samo demo sam igrao.
Simpatično ovo izgleda, brate.
Možda probaš, nije velika igra. Ja preporučujem ko ima vremena. Na vlakuše ono, baš, ne znam da li izašlo. Ja sam demo igrao samo iz streamao sam.
Sad ću se ulogovati pa ću se skinuti. Paska je na popustu. Early access. Nećemo ovo. Gore. Ovo je... Ovo 70 megabajta igra mi zabavati.
Pa dobro, to ti je demo. Imaš jednu mapu, imaš taj hub i to ti to. Jednostavna igra. Ta verzija što su stavili demo, ono ima jednostavno je, ali treba malo vremena dok skontaš šta radi, šta ne radi, znaš. Da ti treba regen, treba ti movement speed, treba ti armor, treba damage da napređuješ, zlato. Koristiš da napređuješ. Zapravo, trenutno nemaš kovača, mislim da ne radi kovač, ali imaš onaj oltar na koji trošiš par da naprediš te neke, kažemo, moći.
Vrš!
U kreni na zezanje, drago.
More there than I thought.
Pa, može moj.
Ajde da vidimo. Oj, babel.
Ovo ti je... Ovo je da ruda bez pancira, a? Je li Peđo?
Šta si rekao?
Runda bez pancira.
Pa nemam pare čovjek.
Nam.
Nema se para, izgubili smo rundu i nama
Jesi to pokupio snajper cigane? Si ubio bar jednog?
Dobre, koji ste rekao?
Pa, tako sam ti cigan, uzeo si snajper da si imao pištolj, ubio bi drugog. A to ti kažem, cigan.
Da sam imao.
Da si imao pištolj, ubio bi drugog.
Pa i, čovječe imao sam pištolj.
Aj može, ali nisi siguran da ga izvučeš da ubiješ drugog. Bili su tu linije.
Kautom lakše.
A, nemam para, bre.
Već je damage, ali...
Ovo je grafika ko za onu igru, kako se zove ona igrica, brate?
Don't Starve.
Bravo, Don't Starve Together. To je to.
Peđe, ne pokušavam da te zjebavam, nego da te raspoložim. Ako si nervozan, jebi, ne mogu ti ništa.
Nisam, brate, nervozan, nego... Kažem ti da je bolje sa skautom. Pištoljem nema šanse, već.
Animacija je predugačka. Ti si opalio, krenuo da repetiraš, ovaj drugi te ubio, dok krenuo da repetira.
Evo, jes. Hoćeš da ti pošaljemo kod ovih na, brate, Valve tamo, bre, da im ono radi...
Nema potrebe.
Šta?
Nema potrebe. Kao što rekao, igrao sam dovoljno dugo Hunch odmah da znam kako nekad spodija oružje se ne ispuniti. Previše dugo vremena radiš ništa, kad opališ taj jedan hitac. Još u Counter imaš kao taj quick swap, da ti kao ono opališ pa izvučeš drugo oružje, kurac moj. A u Huntu to nema, to su kao bukvalno zaključili ste animaciju da ti repetiraš pušku ono.
Ej, puši. Tumor, ej.
Tumor. Ej.
Sorry, man. They're going back now. They're going back. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Grešim. Polako hodaj, druže. Vidio. Za Zeus. Kako ne, sjećam se. To je vrlo bitna stvar. Ali, kako ti rekao, neko Milane digne kurac i onda samo zamijeni mapu.
Sa privatnim hostingom, šta? Sad nema neki vote.
Be pushing cave. Good job. that pap? Is that pap? Papagay? Papagay?
Mediki?
Papagaj. Medika.
Medike. Medike. Medike.
Medika. Medika ideš. Medik.
Medike.
Medika. Pirate. Sea of Thieves. Pirate. Of Caribbean. I'm the pirate of Caribbean.
Ma pirate. O Caribbean. Šta radi taser, majke ti? Još nisam probao. Magnum sam probao, ali taser nisam. Vidim.
Na metar moraš biti.
Pa lakše ga zaklop nego taserom.
Na daljinu ne može. Na daljinu ne može.
Pa znam, ali kažem kad tako izblizu priđeš onda ga možeš nožem ugusti.
Kada?
To kao od Peringer, kako zove, Penishot. Domet metar. Domet noža metar.
Veri mi nije ni metar nego 0.5. Znači 50 centimetara.
Taser.
Znaš koga, brate, koristi? Niko. Ko ono hoće, bre, da trola meč samo, eto. Da, eto, kida ovaj meč i onda hoće da neko lazeruje u ono neku ćošku da se...
Pa pretpostavljam da je bio koristan pa su ga nrpali u zemlju.
To jest. Da, Milane, da.
Da.
Šta, brate, taseruje da ga šokne sa onom strujom.
Policijski taser, nemamo prevod za to.
Policijski, znate, taser ne postoji uopšte prevod, to je taser.
Nema šta ti prevodim reći, ako ne znaš šta je taser, ja šoker, nema molim te mu prevodi šoker.
Ali to se zove taser na...
Nemamo mi srpsku reč za to, hvala. Nikola Tesla.
Zove se, brate, Ćale mi je policajac bio, ima, brate, lampu sa onim, brate, tazerom, to se zove tazer.
Taksi se ne zove vozilo za prevoz putnike i robe, zove se taksi.
Evo svoju, ne znam, bilo koga znači što. Tazer nije engleska reč, tazer je oružje, brate.
Ako nekoga srce okine, onda oružje, da.
Za 2 dana mogu da uzem kutiju.
I Makiću, si uspio da pređeš tu jednu mapu? Ili je teško?
Poginut sam, nije teško.
A nekad moraš imat sreće, imaš neprijatelje koji te gađa, oni čarobnjaci s onim kulama.
Nemam ja paraš. $100. Šta je ovo? Kao sve to. Da. Pa sad ne igramo, ali ako ima treći možemo igrati.
Kesić.
A da, rekao je da ide. Pamet.
Brutalno, brutalno.
Jeste.
Milane, si ti brutalan? Milanu. Oho, bio treba bio Ren. Tumač.
Jo, vidi ovo.
Opa, to je stigo i Matićevićius. Matićevićius.
Da.
To ima...
Ništa.
Will be tested now.
Upućeni bi rekli da si ozdravi.
Pa dobro, ide na bolje.
Jeste vidjeli vi našeg mog Milana? Pirata čuva.
On nešto vadi eksere nogama.
Zubima vadi eksere.
Taj.
Zubima čovjek vadi eksere, nema tu, kad se zabode on to uzme kje.
Da.
Molim. Otis. Moli da se pokupi negdje health Snake u ovoj igri.
Ne, ali imaš life steal i regen. Imaš oklope koji ti daju regeneraciju health. A imaš i for da udarcu dobijaš health. A moraš igrat... Znaš kako dobijaš te oklope, oružja, bracere, patike, znaš. Imaš koji ti daju dosta armora. A imaš da uzmeš i skill za health taj regen. Da si healaš ono. Ja sam stigao bio, ja sam prešao taj prvi, kao da kažem prvi taj sprt. Imaš bossa na kraju. Imaš snagu da napređuješ, to ti buđi health i damage.
Evo ga, imam, vidiš sad sekira. Aha, a sve mi je pod znakom pitanja, sad idem kod ovoga da mi...
Identifikujem.
Da.
I onda vidiš šta ti valja.
Identify.
Moj Milane, moj Milane. Moj Milane.
Ovo mogu da prodajem ostalo, tako?
Može. Ako nisu demo ubacili još nešto, ja sam za te pare uglavnom išao i kupao na onom oltaru, snagu sam napređivao. To baš dosta.
Evo ga. Attack power. Mana, maximum life. Možda bi mi to bilo dobro.
Pa da.
Imam i critical chance. Hoću uzeti. Ne vidi. To je to. Nemam para još. Ajde pravimo sad. Interesantna ova igrica je.
A ono, zgubi vreme, nije loše. Jedan meč ti traje koliko, 10-15 minuta, ono. Fine, za to vreme što potrošiš, ono, fine. Ima malo taktike da, recimo, one velike kultne neprijatelje želiš da ih držiš na distanci, da kažemo. Čarobnjake želiš da ubiješ prve, kad vidiš da baca vatane kugle ili magije iz daljine, želiš da mu priđeš da ga prvo njega ubiješ. Da ne bi cepao. Imaš kletvu neku, zaboravio sam kako se zove. Imaš kletvu kad ubiješ jednoga, on eksplodira i digne u vazduh sve ostale oko njega, kao ono u Diablo, ne, Corpse Explosion. Ta kletva je dobra stvar. Ne moraš čitavu grupu da ubiješ, samo prvog iz mase.
Use it well. There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Alo, šta se radi?
Gdje si? Evo ja. Odmah.
Došlo vrati skicanje.
A, doš.
Kako je bilo?
A, ništa, slabo. Možno, možno. A gdje Makić?
Tu je Makić.
Tu si. Možemo Makić.
Može. Aha. Evo samo završimo partiju.
Šta igraš ti neki Tovel Bubbles? Šta ti to?
Ma da.
Da.
Šta je to, Ivo?
A neka razbibliga. Baš to.
Da.
Dobro sam neki mačkovac. Ne.
Sublime. My magics await your return. Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Gotov si.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Čujte, Drakula. Drakula! Ode. Specu sam ga malo dok je igrao. Counter Strike.
Molim. Evo, samo završim partiju, čekaj.
Milan ti igra s nekim Rusima opet. Kako može tako?
Aha, neka ova partija mnogo bolja.
A svako malo se primeti su napređenje, znaš.
Rasturam ih, brate.
Armor, mač isto, sekiru, znaš, kad pokupiš bolju, to se primeti i umiru, iz udarca umiru.
Brate, i ove meteore sam neki uz ovo ih rasturam, brate.
Will be tested now.
vid, ovaj se zatrpava u mene, vid.
To su samoubice one, jel?
Neki kao s maskom ko bačavi gleda, ima ovdje slike.
A, to ti je boss. Imaš bossa, imaš
Da.
kakve jedinice. Imaš sprint onaj. Pun gas u tebe.
Ne, mrtav sam, evo me. Jebote. Ovdje sam se dobro nahtio.
Ako završiš mapu, Makić, onda taj goblin što dođe na kraju pa ti ukrade, ne uzme ti ništa. Ako pogineš, on ti ukrade 1 do 2 stvari, zavisi kako kad.
A, ukro mi je 3 stvari goblin.
Ali ako odeš u prodavnicu, možda je kupiš nazad. On je donese u selo u shop i imaš je tamo, ako baš misliš da vredi, možda je kupiš. Samo što košta para se kupi, ali dobro. Ako završiš mapu, dobiš sve. Ja završio par puta bio. Na mišić je malo, ali... Respektujte Milana kako gleda...
Neka sekira ima.
Nekad vela sekira ima bolju štetu nego legendarna.
Ovo je plava sa 2 polja, može neki da se ubaci u neki
A, kamenčić.
Aha. Pusti ondje.
Pa piše ti, u suštini gledaš da ima veći taj DPS, da radi više štete.
Fino su ovo uradili su fino.
Jednostavno je, za koliko 180 megabajta, razumeš, takve stvari se prodaju u milionskim primjercima, ako si dobro završi. Zato ti je, Vampire Survivors ti dobije nagradu za kao indie igru godine, razumeš. A dolar je bilo, $2.
Oho, revive the server, ha? Oho.
Ćemo sad meni ovo zapamtiti ovdje, jel?
Moći.
Oho. I ovdje malko vajpuješ, ha?
Sa igrači njegovi su počistili server. Ma da. Milan je tu bio prateća violin.
Milan je tu bio osmatrač.
Da, observer. Zapravo mu se pio sok i onda je namjerno poginuo da ode po sok dok ih gleda.
Aha.
Da pusti i njih, da i oni malo što radi.
Opa, stigle prknice.
Drinks fly. Jaj. I feel there's some their milk ever.
Imaš tamo na onome postu što sam ti stavio juče Maticu, na ovom krajtikom izvještaju za Fair Play.
Dane, koliko imaš još do kraja?
Pa ili idu ka izlazu ili idu aligatora da ubiju. Nemam pojma šta radi.
Dobro. Evo ja izlazim iz igre, evo. A, je li otišao ili nije otišao? Začeo da jede, ali šta?
Ko kesi?
Dobro, ništa. Nije tu.
Na, Draco.
Evo malo igre.
Aha.
I nemamo sira, je.
Probam Makić u kuvani kukuruz i sir.
Ne.
Skuvaš klasove i isečeš sir onako na komade. I taman je sir toliko slan koliko ti treba da bi taj kukuruz bio ukus.
To mora da je fino, a?
Da. Ako imaš domaći sir. Ne mislim na trapist.
Da.
Ne znam kakav je trapist. Trapist je gust, vratno nema isti efekt.
Imamo da izvrem damo malo gore, a? Znam, a ti kažu. Samo idem tanjirić. Treba li ih soliti? Uzem pa.
A šta je bilo?
No zdravim.
Ne znam.
Gdje Dragana, šta ima? Ili nije tu?
Gdje ste bre ljudi?
A to je Slatko.
Šta se radi drugari?
Pa zdravo Slatko. Šta je? Ej, bio sam danas sa Rexom na pijaci, znate šta sam vidio? Jedna žena vodila kjera, to meni bilo jako smešno. I onda Nemac čuje, ajde Ilija, prestani da zjebaš Vladu. Otprilike tako ide Radislav Razgo.
Da ide.
Slobodno nađem punjač za sat, jebem ti jo.
Ne uključujući deo kad kaže Vlada da ide na svirku, ja ga pitam koliko imaš banke. I ja ga kažem da nisi malo mator da ideš na svirku. A dobro, čovjek je mlad onako kako se osjeća, kaže.
Jeste, upravo tako.
Dok god ti nešto prijate, okej. Bio to mali fudbal, svirka, vožnja rošulama, tako da. Ja sam pre 1-2 zime sa ovom decom od kuma sam se vozio na ledu. Mislim, prošle zime da smo bili.
Dobro, nije nisi slomio kuk, ne daj Bože.
Ne, ja ne vozim brzo. Onako, polako pizje nešto.
Starac kuk.
Ne izvodim piruete, uvijek su mi dve noge čvrste na zemlji.
Pa ništa, onda se to ne računa. Ako ne izvodiš piruete, ko da nisi vozio čovjek.
Jeste, ako ne vozim na vrhovima prstića i vrtim sam.
Molim.
I držim se za ručicu, onako, snik.
Ne. Sad je došao čas da vidim na šta liči ovaj magara ko će ga startati. Ostali mi ključni srećnici. Stigu danas.
Ja ti kažem da PvP igre nisu za tebe, ali ti...
Džaba
ti pokušavaš da radiš...
Mislim da neće nikako da mi se to sviđa. Ne radim ništa bre čovječe.
Rekao ti, jeste, ima ona PV, isto kako bi ti ja rekao da u Huntshodan imaš PV. Ti probaš da radiš PV, dođe neko sa snajperom, tu ubije i žbuna. Što završiš pojme dakle.
Sad će vidimo. Zanima me, brate, svi ti nešto hajpuju tu igru, da vidim šta je.
Svi koji vole te Battle Royale igre, oni hajpuju to.
A ja to nisam baš ljubitelj da ti ja kažem.
To je...
Dobro, ajde screenshotovat ću. Posle ću da šerujem ovo što sam vidio. Dobro?
Ako.
Opa. 2180. godine.
Toliko daleko.
Da.
U zemlji đaka. Na brdovitom Balkanu.
Šta kaže Kesi? Taman ja se odigram još jednu.
Ti imaš vremena slobodno.
Ovo brzo ide, jednu particu.
Pa brzo. Dugo bi išlo ako bi uspio da stigneš do bossa, to ti je jedno 10-15 minuta. Koliko ide? Koliko je timer? Ide ka nuli, ili tako? Ili ide napred? Sad ću ti reći, između 10 i 15 minuta, nisam siguran da, ne vjerujem da je 20.
Makiću, jesmo li tu? Partiju 2, 3 da završavamo. Za Noisom.
Nema se vremena, a, Kesiću, jeli?
Zato kažem, evo te. Jesi pravio partiju? Pravi partiju.
Koliko ti treba potpisa, odmah da ti potpišem?
Ma jok bre, ne idem. Aj daj mi, pošalji mi invite.
Ja sam
pa nećemo mi to ljudi skoro.
Milan izađe iz meča odmah.
Nema, znaš ti da ja nemam vremena puno.
Nema se vremena, Milane,
nema se vremena. 3 sata, brate, tek 11:30.
Dobro, čovjek ko će se pripremiti psihofizički da radi, sklekuje malo ovo. Možda hoće tra. A što nisi ušao u quick play, Milane? Objasni svoje postupke. Što nisi ušao u quick play? Ajde. Ajde tu da čekaj ljudi. Ili je u Bounty, onaj Royal.
GG.
Nego otišao na brod. Znaš? To bez objašnjenja nikakvog.
Makić, jesi ti izašao iz partije, jesi?
Ja sam u lobiju.
To.
Sve je
What the fuck?
spremno, mašine za gran.
Sutra su kišu javili obilno. Ne znam.
Rade, policija, pekarin.
Si radi.
The fuck?
Sve se gleda kako da se ne radi.
Ilija, pucaju na mene, ili ja?
Pucaj ti na njih.
Da pucam? Ej, krvić im se
Jel
napiti za
padaju?
sranje.
Ti bi
Sad
teo
sam
da
ti-
igraš
sad
igru.
sam ti rekao.
Pucaj
Da.
sad, pucaj!
Ti igraš da ti streamuje malo da vidiš na šta liči.
Znam na šta
Generalno na šta liči igra, kapiraš?
Nemoj, baš će ti frame-ovi dok to radiš, nema.
Ne.
Kako god, ja mislim da sam u pravu.
Pravi party, Maki.
Ja znam na šta liči. Pitanje je da li hoćeš da igraš, ako budeš teo da igraš malo duže gledat ću te. Ali znam koliko će to trajati. Dok te prvi put ne ubije neku zasjedu. Jer to je takva igra ko Hunt, ono.
Pravi američki
Ma ja te,
redneck, ovaj sa
ako vidiš
dropkićima,
ovaj
kako
tutorial
se
igre, ne vjerujem da je sad odmah, razumiješ, odmah
U
igrač.
tutorialu nemaš igrača, vjerojatno, da. Nema logike. Kako mogu ti što objasniti ako bi te igrači bijeli na meta? Onda ne bi
To ti kažem. Zato ti kažem, htjedo da ti pustim, ali igraš.
Nije zbog tebe, nego kažem, ako budeš teo da igraš gledajte. Ovako...
Jesi gledao ovo Makiću na General Chat
Čekaj, kakav ti je to izraz u veprio?
Ko zna. U debelije. Vratno je počeo da grokće. To ti kad se neko uvepri.
Grokćeš.
Aj, ono još kad se neko sme pa kao... to je to. Ali ono... možda to kaže da se neko debelio.
Šta ti je nazimat?
Pa svinja koja se tovi za zivu.
Ne, to ti je jednogodišnja svinja. Ti ja objasnim.
Ću nazimat, to prvi put čujem za te igre.
A imaš Izakesiću, ne koristi se tako često, ljudi koji su u toj struci ga koriste. U prehrambenoj industriji, da kažem.
Pominje neke 100 kila i nazivce i ne znam o čemu pričam.
Ne znam. Vjerojatno će se baci na klanje stoke. Ne znam.
Jebote.
Makić isto smijeju.
Jeste vi kraljevi.
A kako se zove ovaj što se leti kolje? Na letnjaci ili kako?
Ne, postoji to. Ne kolješ prasa leti.
Ne.
Zbog...
Što ne bi klao ako si planira neki rušnik?
Ne, pa zbog muva, zbog ovoga, brate.
Brzo se kvari meso.
A ne, pa nećeš da ga sušiš sigurno Makiću, nego
ali moraš ga osušiti.
za frižider, za zamrzivač, za...
Onda kupiš meso.
Ne moraš ga ti steak sušiti, ne moraš ga...
Onda kupiš meso iz prodavnice.
A ne, možeš sve u zamrzivač staviti.
Generalno se ne kolje prase leti. Kad je toplo vreme.
Ne kvari se u zamrzivaču ništa. Samo ga ubaciš tijelo.
Da.
Naprimjer, kad
praviš... Ma ne praviš leti kobasicu, leti se ne pravi.
Kad praviš kobasicu mora meso da ostaje.
Leti ga kolješ samo u polutke da ga ubaciš u zamrzivač.
Ali... Sat, dva da stoji na stolu, naprimjer, dok ga ti posoliš i ni to nije dobro za meso. Razumeš, ni to nije dobro. A zimi ti je napolju...
Zelena muva ako ti zapljuje, druže, to je kraj.
Zimi ti je napolju 0 do 10, razumeš. Zimi možda stoji pol dana napolju ako ga pokriješ. Pol dana. Da ga mačkane, da vati kjer, nešto, zimi je relativno okej.
Prvi put te čujem od vas.
Pa Milan ti je radio ipak u industriji mesa, zna on to.
Pa tovljenik je, ono, tako reka znam je čovjenik.
Tovljenika držiš i 2 godine. Jebi ga.
Ne moraš to.
Ne, tovljenikom se... Ne. Onda je
ja sam mrtav. Ljudi.
Su tu.
Ivam se.
Ja manje. Pomoć mi treba.
Stiže Milan.
Dva manje. 2 headshota za red. Jel 3 manje? Jel 3 manje?
Milan je ubio jednoga i odmah ga je lutovao. Da uzme sekundu.
Makiću, 2 headshota i to sa običnim nagantom. Ne onaj ofisir, običan onaj nagant. Zove se Copperhead, taj nagant.
Onaj najjeftiniji.
Gdje ti je ovaj, aha, tu?
Najjeftiniji onaj, nema jeftiniji od njega.
Ne.
Šotku ima on.
Nije im uspjela zasada, brate. Gdje je Milan ubio ovoga?
Tamo gdje
Ne,
je
na
ono
5
blato.
HP-a me čovjek ostavio jebot. Pogodio
Makić.
me na 5 HP-a, jedno
Ma
sam
ni
se
hito,
spavio.
a meni...
Gdje je ono blato,
hito, meni.
znaš.
Puca uporno, puca,
Evo.
uporno, puca, ništa.
Strašno.
Čuve prije. Znači, čuve prije.
Toga ne vodiš na vežbanje malo.
Koga? Vepra dovodi na vežbanje.
Pripuz.
Da.
Mogu bi.
Priplodni onaj. Priplodni pastun.
Kolektoru?
Jeste, izvolite.
Ja sam sinoć opet malo cepao, ne roboka.
A dobro, šta da im radim?
Evo, meni stigo ključ, pa probam baš ovaj
Ljudi!
Riders. Kako izgleda.
Ja dao Milkića ključ, sinoć, brate, mili, dok sam registrovao, na kraju sam odustao.
Evo, brate, stiglo. Kino, aktivirao i to radi. Primim ga baš malo da vidimo kao kako je. Pošto sam naš tam i početak, tutorial itd. Razumeš? Da.
Ja vidim čovjek.
Pa pivu!
Ispred Milana. Tamo otišli su levo, su prošli.
Gdje su me? Gdje su?
Eno ga čovjek tamo.
Da.
Opet zaseda.
Mrtav.
I drugi mrtav.
Muerte. Santa muerte.
Nije mrtav, majka, samo si ga hitao.
Mrtav, brate, pao je ovdje, mrtav čovjek.
Pa ja sam ubio tog, bre.
Ne.
Nema veze, ja ne živim, to ćete da kažete.
Da.
Daleko,
No,
brate.
Sparks, brate, ne skiraj se.
Ma Sporks?
Gdje be?
Sporks?
Hiton! Ljudi, pa treba pomoć, zato moramo jedni do drugog biti.
Milan mrtav. Drilling hatchet je ubio.
Mene ubio neki drugi spada. Skroz me ubio čovjek iz drugog tima.
A nemoguće ako smo dve ekipe ubili.
Ne, evo ti, skroz levo iz šume, luz mala me ubila.
Onda je Solar.
Luc.
Vidjet ćeš sad kad
A
izađeš.
šta ti je luz mala, koji ti je to skin?
Ona je crna
Onaj
ženska.
crni tanki.
A to, pa taj luz mala ti ispred, potpuno ispred tebe.
Nije ispred, skroz levo. A ja ne mogu sa Sparkusom da igram u 30 metara.
Uzmeš quartermaster i shotgun neki.
Pravimo li.
Ili si quartermaster i drilling makić.
Ovdje se ubio 4-5 ljudi, 100%.
Ja sam jednog ubio.
3.
Toliko kilova nema, ima ukupno 5. Imamo 7 kilova.
Ja da znam, Milan
Nije ti
ubio
si Milane
jednog čovjeka. Jednog na početku. Shotgunom i zasadni, to je to bilo.
To je to, da, to moj kraj.
Koliko rekao da ubio? 5 ljudi?
Da.
5 ljudi ubio. Jes kad bi ja gledao drugi meč. Ja ga gledao, moguće da laže ovo.
Ej, jebote, život.
Kaki ste vi kraljevi, evo.
Mamba. Aso i divin. To je to, kaj si povodio. Možeš tako da lažeš. Ima garde i više kilo jučer sam ga ja gledao. Ubije 2 tima po 2 čovjeka, full. Ti ne možeš jednog čovjeka ubiti da ne složeš.
A, nevjerovatno.
To je jače od njega, jel Snake, šta?
O još, pa smo gledali jučer Gardija. Gardi nije skaku uvis, ono, samo je u koliko ono dvojicu reload u oružje, otišao dalje. Usta moja, hvalite.
Da mu se prizna.
Priznajte.
O jebote, šta je zapeo, evo te veprić pa veprić.
Imaš nekog veprića tamo, ali? Insinuacije su mi dobro poznate, ali ono, igrat ćemo na kartu, pravim se blesa.
Vidi se neki pravi prijatelj, ti bi ga vodio na vežbanje.
Ko će koga da vodi? Milan je prijatelj sa veprima.
Da me vodi.
Da.
Stvarno strašno.
Milan je Milan.
Ko ti je taj veprić? Jel ga raniš? Možda vam misle na moga kuma.
Ivane, koliko tražiš da Ivanoviću skineš onaj barjak? Čovjek neki, ajde bre, idi slomi.
Crnogorski onaj barjak u dvorištu. Moj kum ti je 50% bosanaca, ali on je 100% crnogoraca. Pa nego šta je, pa nije mu mama iz Crne Gore, nego iz Bosne.
To ne je Crnogorka iz Bosne.
To ne znam. U suštini su svi Srbi, ali dobro, nema veze, ćemo tako. Svi su Srbi jedni drugim.
Misliš da mu majka nije Crnogorka?
A, svi su Srbi. Ajde da tu skratimo priču. Analitici.
Tamo evo rekonektuje me, šta se dešava, ne znam.
Svi su Srbi, jedino Milan nije.
I ovi crnogorski Srbi, Bosno Srbi i tako. Nema veze.
Jedino Milan nije taj.
On je Srpč.
Srpče, najjače nacije, a?
To ga je moj kum tako prozvao, Srpč.
Srpčić mali. Ima.
Evo, brate, čekam, počeo ići.
Moj Milane.
Kad u vojsku pođeš? Slako sam dovezao. To.
Svoje vremena. Čuj svoje vremena.
Svoje pero. Pero Savić.
Nema 100 kila. Nema 100 kila, vala.
Moj kum. Nema moj kum 100 kila.
Ma kaže ti Snake da imaš 100 kila.
Ne znam ja o čemu priča. On priča o nekim veprovima. Milane, idi na rani toga vepra. Ako ti razvališ štalu, bit će haos u kumšilu.
Ide gas.
A pošto si nazvao ljude veprovima, drugi put idi u štalu, nek ti prase kuva kafu. Tako. Toliko o tome. Čuli ste me sad, jel tako? Sljedeći put kad mi dođe taj gonič veprova kod mene kući, znači pokazat ću mu vrat. Pa nema šta da se ljuti, sve je u redu, samo sam rekao. Znači ja, ljudi koji se drže s veprovima ne držim kao poznanike, prijatelje. Može samo da poljubi vrat.
Dobro, ja sam moram da restuje s tim.
Sve je u redu.
Što to radiš, Faki?
Pa ne znam.
Disconnector server, pitaj Krajtek.
Pitaj Krajtek, da.
Pitaj Krajtek, pitaj Davida Fifield.
Jeste, Džukil. Nadam se da je on dobio špicu dupe.
Ja mislim da jeste, ga vidiš više sad kao da prezentuje igru i ovo?
Ne vidim ga više, nikoga živi ne spominje.
Ne, kao da nije postao tamo.
Da. Bitno da je on svoj lik ubacio igru na onome...
Pa dobro su ga prekrstili, Zlotvor. Tako. Pa jel znaš?
Pa da.
To piše, Zlotvor.
Zlotvor.
Dobiješ što je tražio.
Što ste Drakulu oterali, koji vam je kum?
Koji ga je terao?
Što ste Ajkulovića, Drakulovića oterali?
Milan je uzao Rampage, kuku. On je dobro.
Ja ne znam što se ovo dešava, brate. Evo gledamo neke prazne teksture i tako. Trebalo da me ubaci.
Znaš da je onaj zid oko Healing Watera ima providne teksture da možda vidiš ko se vrzma napolje kroz njega.
Evo, blokiram. Piše, teammate has been disconnected from the server. Kako teammate kad sam ja?
Ti si taj teammate koji je disconnectovan, o tome se radi.
O, ljudi moji. Neće da me ubaci. I ne staviš još ove kapi. Šta ovo? Dobar Dex.
You fight to live. Good.
Pa?
Pade bomblens dole.
Блядь.
Buše ga od spolja. Orlan puca metak, a sad će umreti. Mislim da znamo dakle ga puca.
Kako, nema šanse da mi vrati. Šta da vas, jeste računar, jedino to, stelo.
On je gore. Šta ne uzmeš bounce? On je gore. Tu ispred.
Will be tested now.
Pomoć. Uzeo mi bounty mi više, ide diže sva. Nije odlično, šta je tu odlično? A diže svog jebote. Ti čuješ ba?
Čak i ako ga digne s bounty, obojica će imat kesiju, jedan će imat 100 health, a drugi će imat 50. Čak i ako imaš bounty.
Uzmi bounty pa da idemo napad. Dok se... Uzmi bounty pa da idemo napad dok se ovaj... Pa ja sam uzeo bounty.
Tebe nije igra konektovalo.
Kako da ja uzmem još jednom bounty?
Mislim da ti on uzeo bounty, ti kesiju, ne? Nije?
Ne znam šta je. Evo mi ovamo na Scupper Lake. Ekstraktovac. Ekstraktovac. Ma ima se neko vraćanje, ništa drugo. Na Scupper Lake idemo vidjeti. Zato kažem. Da si me pratio, zna bi gdje treba da izađem. A pošto ne znaš, da me pratiš...
Ajde, Kesiću, nema ni 8000 sati, ne možeš očekivati da valjda da zna svaku mapu na pamet.
A normalno, saznaće sljedeći put, sad će gubiti pa će zna sljedeći.
4-5 hiljada sati možda nauči.
Do sad je mogao izaći 3 puta da je krenuo, znaš.
Žmureći.
Ovako baš ne pije vodu. Neću se tamo vraća, idemo na ekstrakt, ovamo se može izaći lagano, nema nikog, sve čisto, ne vidim bukvalno nikog.
Imaš zamke vjerojatno pored kočije.
A jel?
Imaš zamke pored kočije, Kesiću, vrati se.
A manje HP-a, ne mogu da preživim fight, ne mogu ništa, nema efekta.
Možeš da mamčiš.
Umro sam, ubio me čovjek, uzeo mi bounty.
Možeš da mamčiš za Milana. Kako ne možeš?
Izađi ovamo na Scupper Lake. Od starta ti govorim na Scupper Lake. Od starta. Ali ti ideš na Cypress Cuts, ili gdje ideš? Ne znam. Gdje si krenuo? Ja kažem Scupper Lake. On izgleda compounde, ne čita na mapu kako treba. Ne znam. Ne znam šta je u pitanju.
On je otišao u Catfish Grove, a to ti na drugi kraj mape. Znaš? Moguće ovo.
A, da.
To ti je 1000 metara na drugu stranu.
Da.
Jesi čuo hit, Makici?
Evo me, brat, u igri sam jebote.
Evo ga, vrati se, Makici.
Kako mapu jebote. Što ste se razdvojili kad imate bounty?
Zato što Milan nije skontao gdje ova ide, znaš? Gdje je otišao? Otišao je dolje, gle. Gle gdje je otišao, dole skroz.
Dole,
Skroz dole otišao.
Ne znam šta je, ne znam, stvarno.
Izaćeš sam s bounty.
Ovo se radi.
Taka tura ovog puta. Nema veze, i ovaj
Jel
moj
ima kod
sad
tebe?
vraća nam ceo bounty i vidim.
Jesiću, jel ima kod tebe ljudi?
Nema, ali bit će.
Befići.
Kojeg?
Skočio, šta? Evo.
Evo upravo.
Impeccable.
Buše li buše? Ma nisu normalni.
Krećeš za Novi Sad, krećeš po 3, ja? Ste vi izvukli čovječe u patru.
Zahvaljujući Kesiću.
Zahvaljujući Kesiću.
Tako da Kesić ih pobio ko zeč. Ja ti ovdje rekao Milan da je sve sam uradio.
Kaže je Milan ubio trojicu.
Ma kaki.
Nije?
Jednoga možda.
još ovu Makiću pa da gasim.
Joj!
Evo, dakle smo mi tebe terano.
Gdje si, Džape?
Eto.
Život, što sam ja promašio i treba mi bio. Bravo. To je život. Vidi ovo. Vidi ovo! Evo, vidiš da je moguće.
Karanj.
Vidiš na kliču,
Dva put
živi.
hiton, ljudi.
Ja se moram healat.
Čekaj.
A Milan je bio mrtav. To je bio Makić ili Kesić, što se sad gleda.
Hiton 2 put, ljudi. Ne znam, digo ga vjerojatno. Pomoć. Headshot.
Halo?
Nemam pojma.
Gdje si?
Halo.
Bojane, šta ima?
A ovog se Makić i tu negdje oburda. Nije vješto kako je backup,
Navijamo
šta
za
je?
ekipu. A kako? Shift W.
Uvek.
Kesić.
Ne mogu ništanim čoveče,
Sprint
jebo, na
napred.
koga pucati, na koga bi pucao?
Hoćemo li ovoga lutovat što se tu ubije?
Ništa ni čovjek, polako, trebamo...
I još sam ga i promašio, jebo.
Ne zajebava.
A majkim, čovjek ide kroz vodu. A rekao sad ću ga headshotovati, jebo.
Pali govno.
A kad ono
Odmah
međutim?
palite, ljudi,
Ništa,
moramo paliti, kad su
jebote.
dvojice to obavezno mora se pali.
Evo imam ja ove flerove, sad ću ovo da vidim.
A tu je i drugi zapaljen.
Mm,
Viš da ovaj lanac se unutra gore pomera i on čeka priliku, ne bi li već digao.
Čekaj malo, jel Milan igra drugi meč?
Drugi ili treći, ne znam.
a čekaj, nećemo sačekati da ovi izgore, šta ne razumijem.
Milan je već otišao, ne znam šta vi
Ne
radite.
znam, eno, vidiš.
To je drugi meč.
Vodit će ljude,
To je
ovaj.
druga partija. Jeli? Milan je već od vas 300 metara.
Ne znam šta ti kažem, Snake.
Ništa. Ovo definitivno se neće završiti tako što će ga neko
Šta se radi,
biti jednim
Džape?
metrom.
Gdje si, evo?
Ništa ga malo pak džep, hoda pred, ništa.
Već sam vidio
šta
što
ćeš
će.
raditi?
Šta će ti sa igrači ako si daleko od sa igrača, a Milan? Nekom tamo.
Koji ćemo kurati?
4-6 sa 100
Tražim
helta
koplje ovdje mi negdje.
da pokupi klu, znaš?
Evo.
Otišao je kilometar od njih.
Evo ovdje imaš consumables, nekom treba.
Consumables.
Consumables?
Daj
Daj
injekciju
injekciju.
sebi onu. Evo ti terminus,
Dao si
uzmi
mi,
terminus.
Gdje si dao?
Dole ti na patos, free, kaskaj.
Evo imam ja da ti ja.
Ima si dao.
Don't go without me.
Evo dajem ti od
Hoće neko da kupi Black Ops 6?
Rampage.
Možda, ali ne od tebe. Nisam to da ga zajebavam, nego za to činim ti uslugu time što je nećeš prodati, jer ćeš opet da bacaš pare na istu glupost. Nemoj da je prodaješ. Ako je prodaš, nećeš ništa naučiti. Treba da gledaš u to i da kažeš kako sam bio glup što sam ovo kupio.
A koliko sam mogao da se kockam za te pare?
55 evra mogu da kockam, zevaj.
uzet tu. To je solo, to je solo.
Molim.
Imam za pesku. Pa stani evo da ti molim. Koga su kerovi napadali?
Ma mene su napali, taman da ga podignem ker dođe, brate, sa spona jebote. I resetuje mi revive. Umalo me nije ubio.
Da.
Kakva je igra Ark Rangers?
Pa evo probavam. PvP drago.
Jesi dobio ključ, Milane?
A, ti si Slavko. On je lud. Svidu ti okesi.
Srbin je lud, Srbin je proklet. Jednom ga ubiješ, ono će opet.
Ovo je odgovara.
Dobro, telefon.
Isto tako, prošli
didn't
put
become a knight to pursue this kind of useless duty. Lost in the canyons, like rats in a maze, searching for this Neyrel girl, who is nowhere to be found. More like we're waiting for some beasts. Worse, to surprise us around the next bend. We'll never find our way out of here, at least in this life.
Ali ti i to da radiš vikend.
Will be tested now.
Gdje? I koliko će da koštala Ark igra? Nova Ark, u kojoj kući?
Pa nemam pojma.
$60, 40, tako. Klasika. Što se više hajpa, veća cena.
Aktiv, tu Milan trči na prazno, brate mi. Pa trčiš unutra, si ušao da ga kolješ, brate.
S polja je umro.
Hitoan!
Evo ti. Nije bio tamo, zato što sam ja gledao na prolaz.
Tu da je Kesić bio.
Bravo.
Viš da je Hitoan bio. Kaže ja ljudi.
Si gubio Kesić, jesi?
Trade. Pauza.
Pauza.
Pa odmo mi Warzone. Otkud ti to u 3 da se ide?
Pa ti si rekao.
Ne brate, ko je 3 pominjao?
Ti. Ja sam čuo.
U 3 moraš do Novi Sad.
2-3 partije, to sam rekao. 1, 2, 3, to sam rekao.
A nemoguće, ja smo svi pogrešno čuli, evo.
Svi! Evo, vratite stream kompletno, svi pa ćete
Čiji
vidjeti.
stream?
1, 2, 3 partije sam rekao pa da palim.
Ne, stream ovdje niko.
Ne,
tako
pa vrati
razumem.
stream.
Dobio sam, brate,
Koga, Deda Mraz?
Red Radikud. Ne, dobio sam skin ovu crvenkapu.
Crvenkapu si dobio.
Jest.
A što dobijaš skin, ne razumijem.
Ništa,
pa na ovaj
igraš.
Jest.
Na čega, na?
Evo je.
Na dnevni onaj, kako se zove.
Nije, nego na Dark Tribute.
Da. To ti to.
Pogledaj Bleh, kod Snake kad se ništa sakrit ne može, kod njega na stream...
Jest. Ništa, apsolutno.
Pa to. Eto ti, pođi kod sebe na stream, vidi.
Pa je. Vidimo se kasnije u toku dana, momci.
Ja.
Odmah pokosim travu.
Ili kosiš, a?
A.
Ajde, srećno.
Ćao.